like we are up. Are we actually getting video? Not sure we're getting video. There we go. There we go. There's my balding head. Alright. Alright, let's send out these tweets. And hopefully the Discord thing actually works today. And it didn't. Interesting. I'm not sure what's wrong with the 4-4 for fave icon. Interesting. I am not sure why the Discord notification is not working anymore. There's nothing wrong with the webhook. Good old Discord. Everyone. https://live/stream. Okay. Alright. Still not sure why that is not doing anything, but okay, sure. Alright. Well, I have stuff to work on tomorrow anyways, so this, gonna have to take a look at that. Okay. Alright. It's bizarre, because the Discord posting worked for my VOD post. Well, it worked for one of them. Yesterday. It only worked for 1 out of 2, and I'm not sure why. Hey, Eden. Hey, Jeff. Hey, JG. Yep. A fighting game. Jojo's Bizarre Adventure. Alright. We'll give this another minute here. And then we'll get going. So this game actually has a story mode. So I can't just play an hour of arcade mode and then call it like usual. This one actually has a story mode apparently. Shit. All right. Okay. Oh, also there was a song copyright flag on the last the stream last night. Even though Rainwave assures its listeners that having the station on will not do such a thing, and then lo and behold, I look at my email this morning and a copyright holder has flagged your video and they're running their own ads on it, and it's because of some song in OC Remix Radio, in the one channel that they guarantee will not give you issues. Boy. Amazing. So somebody snuck in there. It's like a Mass Effect remix that they also put on like Apple Music and Spotify and everything, and their record company is going after anybody who plays it, and it's on Rainwave for some reason. Oh boy. Okay. Well, no, copyright. It's the thing is with OC Remix is that, so it is copyright free, and royalty free and all that. And this is from Rainwave.cc, and they specifically say on their website for the OC Remix channel, we go through and we screen all of the songs that are in the playlist, so that they will not give you any issues. They made a stream-friendly playlist, and this is the one that I'm playing. And there just happened to be somebody stuck something into the stream-friendly playlist. Oh boy. So they didn't do a thorough enough job apparently. Okay, all right. So let's get going here. So this is Jojo's Bizarre Adventure, PlayStation, year 2000. It's a fighting game, developed and published by Capcom. This is PSXplosion game 191, part 1. So let's take a look at the box art and everything for it. Alright, Jojo's Bizarre Adventure. This is based off of a manga / anime, I guess. I know pretty much nothing about the Jojo verse, so this is all new to me. I've seen, I saw half of an episode of the series that's on Netflix, and then I'm good. Thanks, I'm good. No more. Jojo's. So this, I remember back in the day in the magazines and from word of mouth, I think, that this game was kind of rare, I think, when it came out. And then after that, it was kind of rare when it came out. It was well regarded, I remember, from like magazine reviews. But that's pretty much all I remember about this one from back then. All right, unleash character's inner persona in the famous stand attack. Sure. Arcade fantasy fighter from the incredible comic book series. Sure. Experience super story mode loaded with mini games and other dangerous quests. All right. Classic comic book style animation combined with Capcom's signature gameplay. So it looks like we got ourselves a 2D fighter here. And Capcom sure made a lot of those. And we got Capcom Edge here. I don't know if this is still a thing. I think it's like their rewards club, maybe. 1 to 2 players, 1 memory card block, which is good because I don't have much room left in my card. Vibration function. I'm going to be playing this on a crappy arcade stick, a fight stick. But it's still probably going to be better than playing on a regular controller. I don't see anything out of place in the legal text here. This is the Q Sound logo, the Capcom's whatever special things that they did with the audio in this. T for teen, animated violence, and suggestive themes, according to the ESRB, the early 2000s ESRB. So this is quite good box art. I'll give it that. Like this is pretty visual catching. Like if you saw this on the shelf at Blockbuster, this would probably jump out at you, and I think they did a good job with the graphic design for the cover and the back. So those look good. And then the disc here, we got this green disc with the logo of the game at the top, and then it looks like there's maybe a panel or two of drawings embossed on the disc. So sure. And then most Capcom games at the time just had straight up the hint line printed on the disc. For when you inevitably rented this from Blockbuster or Hollywood Video or wherever, and of course it wouldn't come with the manual because why would it? So they just had the hint line right on the disc, which is smart of them. So they can get even more money out of you even if they rented it from Blockbuster. That's the big brain plays there, Capcom. That is, very few companies did that. They always had the hint line on the manual, but big brain Capcom put it on the disc. All right, so here's a print ad for it. Another classic from the people who gave you 2 of the biggest blockbusters ever. Which games are those? I guess Street Fighter and I don't know what the other one would be. Arcade fantasy fighter from the incredible comic book series. Classic Japanese comic book style animation combined with Capcom's signature gameplay. So this came out in 2000 in the US. The Japanese version of this came out in 98 apparently. And I'm not sure if the typical consumer in the US back then in 2000 would be familiar at all with anything JoJo. So I don't know. They're probably trying to sell this more as a here's another fighting game rather than here's a JoJo game, and it just happens to be the weird JoJo stuff too. Perhaps, I don't know. All right, Resident Evil, Dino Crisis, Jojo. So sure, they're shouting out the other games that that Capcom's made. I guess that's the two blockbusters that they talked about in the thing there. I'm about to sneeze. I got my finger over the mute button. Okay, no, we're still good. So we got. I guess that's Mr. Jojo. I don't know. Let's see. Experience Super Story Mode loaded with mini games and other dangerous quests. Unleash a character's inner persona in the famous stand attack. All right. So this looks to me like kind of dark stalkers style of like art and animation, I guess. That's what that looks the most like to me. Okay, so there's a Dreamcast version of this too. I'm not sure if the Dreamcast version ever made it out to the States. It has an ESRB rating on it, so I guess it did. I don't have this this isn't on my flash card in my Dreamcast, let's put it that way. So that's why I kind of have doubts that this exists. I don't know. I'm not into fighting games anyways, so it's not like I really care if it's on my GDU or not. We got a dog here. It's thinking Capcom.com. Sure. Same ESRB rating and all that, so there's no weird discrepancy there. Some of them do have discrepancies. Nothing weird in the legal text. And that appears to be all we got for JoJo. So I do have a manual for this, but unfortunately, the only manual floating around on the internet, well, it looks like this. It's not a great manual. Like I have to zoom way in to even see anything, and ugh, eek. So we'll I'll have to read this out here. Okay, Dio's Revenge. At the end of the 19th century, on a country estate in England, a nobleman, Sir Joster, lived with his unlikely ward, a boy named Dio. Sir Joster had been Dio's guardian ever since Dio's father had saved Joster's life and sacrificed his own under mysterious circumstances. Dio should have been grateful, but he had not inherited his father's selfless character. Instead, he plotted to take possession of Sir Joster's fortune. Disguising himself as a strangely powerful mask, Dio became an immortal monster. He waged war on Sir Joster, but was repeatedly driven off by the nobleman's true son, Jonathan. After a series of long, vicious battles, Dio was defeated and imprisoned deep under the ocean. 100 years have passed. A bizarre iron coffin is discovered near the Canary Islands in the Atlantic Ocean. Sure? In Japan, Jotaro Kuja, known to his friends as Jojo, awakens one morning feeling very weird. Something strange happened to him during the night. During his restless dreams, Jojo felt as if another being was taking over his psyche. Recently, Jojo's mother, Holly, had fallen seriously ill. It is learned that she had been overcome by the Stand. This overpowering, mysterious psychic inner persona would attack without warning. Could Jojo also be affected by the Stand? That day, Jojo learns the cause of his mother's mysterious condition. Dio has risen from the deep. In order to defeat Dio and save Holly, Jojo and his friends head to Egypt. There they hope to discover the answer to the puzzling illness and unsettling dreams. However, legions of Dio's savage minions will do anything to stand in their way. Lowercase s, stand. Okay. So, yep, that's a PlayStation. That's a memory card. So, it looks like there's... Looking at the button layout here, it looks like it's mostly just face buttons, and then the shoulder buttons are just combinations of the two. R1 is the backdash / advancing block button. So, sure. So vertical jump, forward jump, move forward, crouch, 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 crouching block, standing block. Okay, so this isn't a neutral block game. It's you actually have to go back, hold back on the stick to block. So good to know. And that all seems fine here. The select button is a taunt button. Very important. Default button assignment. Sure. Soft reset. Won't worry about that. Okay. So So combat screen, we got vitality, stand, timer, win. Yep, super combo. Not gonna worry about super combo because the chances of me comboing in this are slim to none. Okay, that's all fine. Combat rules, match length. Three rounds by default, 99 seconds. Can change that. First character to win 2 out of 3 wins, sure. Draw game, so you can draw to double KO. Sure. Okay, that's all that. So as far as game modes here, we got the story mode, which is what we're primarily going to be playing here. There's arcade mode, versus mode, training mode. Options, which just changes your options. And then... So let's look at Super Story mode here. Super Story mode, the objective is to join Jojo's adventures in Egypt to defeat the evil Dio as played out in the original comic, Jojo's Bizarre Adventure. You must fight, dodge dangers, and complete numerous mini-games to finish this exciting, perilous trip. Okay, so it sounds like this is structured kind of like the Super Smash Brothers single-player mode, which, okay, that could be fine. And it looks like we can save in the middle of it, which is excellent. I don't have to try and beat this in one sitting, because that's probably not happening. Special attacks here. So block, you can backdash. Press 3 attack buttons simultaneously to backdash. Yeah, sure. Safe fall, press 2 attack buttons simultaneously while falling. And then you'll fall safely, sure. Throw is forward or back plus heavy attack. Advancing block, 3 attack buttons, guard cancel. Like this is all stuff I'm not going to be doing. Stand system, so you have 2 fighting stances, normal with stand. You can turn stand on and off with the X button. Let's see. So normal mode, okay, so it looks like if your stand is doing a special, you can actually just control yourself while your stand does its thing. Okay, and then if you do turn on stand mode, your attacks do more damage. Got it. Only Joseph can perform a backdash move. Alright, sure. Super combos, not gonna worry about that. Characters, so here's all the move lists and all that. We're not gonna worry about that. That's all. That's all stuff we will not be worrying about. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. So I already got it all set up here. Jojo's Bizarre Adventure. So we're playing this off a PSIO. It is a optical disc replacement for the PlayStation, so I can just put games on an SD card and run them off that. Okay, so right off the bat here, a reminder that I am not good at fighting games. I do not normally play them. I don't typically care about fighting games. So if you're looking for high skill gameplay here, you're not gonna find it. And do I? Alright. The manual lied to me a whole bunch. Well, nothing new there. Okay. All right, so this is a 512. Where's my OSS? Just to point out, this is a PS1 game that uses a weird ass resolution. This is actually 512 by 240. It uses one of the unique picture modes on the PS1, so I had to set my my OSSC to that. Okay. And this is still just the opening. It doesn't have a demo. Okay, sure. All right. We don't have any data load, so sure. Okay. Alright. So what we got here? Game option. So default difficulty is 2. And it goes, so from 1 to 8, we'll just leave that default. That all seems fine to me. Sure. Deconfig. So face buttons, shoulder buttons. This is supposed to be the backdash button, but it's just, hey, press all the buttons at once. Sure. Okay. Don't need that. We might as well save here. What? Alright, hold up. Do I need to use this other memory card? There should be space on that card. But... Alright. Let's not worry about it, I guess. That must be the... Maybe it doesn't let you do anything until you're in the game? I don't know. That is troubling, though. Alright. Single player story. Let's do it. So again, I'm not a fighting game player. I'm not a Jojo-ologist. I know nothing about Jojo. So don't expect any expert commentary from me. Alright.
大西洋アフリカ沖カナリア諸島4年前100年ぶりに大気を吸ったこの棺桶この分厚い鉄の箱は一体
Okay. Yeah, that was totally drum and bass. Alright. So, coffin? Alright. He locked himself in jail, claiming that he's been possessed. Alright. How dare he? And then we fight. The A button? What A button? What A button? Where's the A button on the PlayStation controller? Okay. Oh. Alright, we got our first, or Sure. Why does it have to load in between rounds? Oh. Wait, I thought it was 1 round to win. Or 2 rounds. Wasn't it best 2 out of 3? Alright. An immortal vampire named Dio. Okay. Sure? Okay, maybe it'll let us save now. Please let me save. Are you shitting me? I have 2 memory cards inserted. Let me grab another memory card here. Let me take out all this. Oh geez. There's an IEM stuck in my ear. Let me grab another memory card and see if we can resolve this issue. Alright, luckily I got a whole stack of memory cards here. So let's see if any of these will work. It might be an ODE thing. Okay. So let's try a blue memory card here. Well, Okay then. Let's not worry about it, I guess. Just get good? That's not happening. Does this game over if you lose a mini game or something? Cuz I might have to shit, I don't know what I'm going to do if this won't let me save. I'm playing on a PlayStation 1, an original gray PlayStation 1. All right. This is Kakyoin. Sure. Wait, so this guy is Jojo? His name is Jotaro. And it's a capital J. Alright, and it's referencing the A button again. Sure.
Mega Mind.
Alright, luckily you can just mash in this one. Okay. This game is mash friendly so far, which I'm okay with that. Who's gonna judge this? Alright, well we didn't get an E rank this time, so I'll take it. The evil implant. What? What's with this face? What? Huh. I wonder if there's supposed to be music here. Maybe this is a PSIO problem. Okay. There's very likely supposed to be music here. Okay, so it's Dio's curse. You can hear the music? Oh, I can't. Oh, that's why. Because my IEMs got unplugged. It just happened to get unplugged immediately when the cutscene started. That makes sense. Okay. Alright. Attack of the Bizarre Insect. Wait, are they fighting on a plane? This seems safe. This looks like a mini game, perhaps. Okay, so now we're playing as this guy? Sure? Whoever this guy is.
Make up mind.
How about we just do this? That works. Thrilling battle. Seven Heaven and Bronze Striker. Sure. So they, I'm trying to play off my OLED here, but the game switches between resolutions all the time, and my TV is still on the no signal screen while the fight starts. That is an enormous plane. Okay. Yeah, if there's a blue box in the upper left of the game screen, that means it changed resolutions. And if you see me look over here, that means I'm looking at my CRT. Alright, we'll give this save a try again. Memory card is not inserted. Okay. Well, that was episode 4. So right there, it changed resolution. So that's 480i is what it's in now. And now it's back to 240p. Code of the Night. Okay. Alright, now we're playing as this guy. Okay. Firewall, Fire Eagle, Crossfire Hurricane. So quarter circle back and quarter circle forward.
Mega Mind.
Uh-oh. That doesn't look good. Uh-oh. Okay. Whew. That guy's brain was... Okay, sure. Alright. We did it. Challenge me with your fortune telling. Sure. Hi, C. Colin. Thank you for the good luck. I'm gonna need it, because you know me in fighting games. They don't go well. The animations in this, very good, but that's typical Capcom at the time. Yep, Mortal Kombat 9. Let's not speak of that ever again. Okay, so that we beat that guy up, and now he's on our team. Got it. I'm not even gonna bother trying to save anymore. I know how that's gonna go. I thought there were supposed to be mini games. Maybe those only happen if you're good, and you get like a good ranking, I suppose. Okay. Oh. Okay. Follow this. As the story proceeds, accidents will occur. When an accident happens, press the directional button in the direction of the flashing... Oh god, it's a QTE. This is Shenmue. If you press it in time, you'll escape from the danger. If you do not, you'll receive damage. Escape from several accidents. And okay. This is probably going to be easier to do on a regular controller, but I guess we're doing it. All right. All right, I'm going to have to do this off the CRT for the best chance.
滅航者がいただこのガキ警察に突き出してやるちくしょう話しやがれこのボンクラが
おっほ飛び込んだぞ元気
大変だこの辺はサメが集まっている海域なんだおい小僧サメがいるぞ戻れ危険だ
やれやれこのクソガキ世話を許す
ジョ太郎来たな仮面から何か襲ってくるぞ
はい、okay.
あの距離なら僕に任せろハイエルファンドグリーン消えたぞあれはサメじゃないスタンドだ
Well, it's not that they left in the Japanese voices, it's that there weren't English voices.
港に着くまで軟禁させてもらう
Dubbed anime was still kinda
ところで君
rare back then.
喫煙はご遠慮願おう待ちな
I'm not even sure this had an anime back then, come to think of it. Not that I know, but...
こいつは船長じゃねえ今はスタンド使いはこいつだスタンドなんだねそれは俺はスタンド使いの見分け方を発見したスタンド使いはタバコの煙を吸うと鼻の頭に血管が浮く
みんな何やってんだ
嘘だろジョ太郎ああ嘘だぜだが間抜けは見つかったようだ渋いねまったくオタク渋いぜ確かに俺は本物の船長じゃねえ嘘と裏切り未知の世界への恐怖を暗示する月のカードダークブルームーンついてきな海水をたらふく飲んで死ぬ勇気があるならな
Okay. They give you lots of time to do those kitties.
落下より早く攻撃してくるなんてどうしたジョ太郎奴は俺を海中に引きずり込む気だ
ようこそようこそようやく来てくれたなダークブルームーンの独壇場海中へてめえ何になりてえ刺身になりてえてめえのスタンドを料理してやるからよ周りをよく見ろさっきからダークブルームーンが水中の嘘をついてることに気づかねえのか刺身にするとか抜かしてくれたなスライスされて刺身になるのは刺身になるのスターフィンガーやっぱりてめえだ刺身になったね
Okay, we did it. So, hey, there's an S rank. We did it. I'm so good at fighting games, you guys. I got an S rank in a fighting game. Boom. Perfect. Maybe it'll let me save this time, just because I got... Of course not. All right, we have one secret factor now. Sure. All right, South China Sea. We're still on the boat, I guess. I think those are tarot cards that it shows on the load screen. We escaped on a lifeboat, and then we found a freighter. Okay. Sure. Are its arms stuck in the ceiling? Uh-oh, strength. Okay. Defeat the Stand Master orangutan and save the girl. Move the cursor and attack the orangutan. If you defeat the orangutan, you win the game. All right, we beat the game if we do this. So it's square and circle or shoot. So that's kind of awkward to hit on this controller. If you hit the girl, you receive damage. Got it. All right.
Are you ready? Go!
Oh, it's throwing stuff at me. Okay. Sure. I didn't want to make it hard. Third thing, secret fact. Doesn't let you save there. Okay. The entire ship is a stand. Okay. Is that the same girl from the last boat we were on? She just attracting trouble? Is she a stand user? Okay. Alright, we made it to Singapore. Okay. Who's he talking to? Debo. All right. Is he related to Zach Randolph? Right. Million pricks is just the A button. Okay. And now left, right, A, up, down. Left, right, and up, down, A. Sure.
Make up mind.
Alright, this works. Good enough, I'll take it. Yep, a million of them. A million pricks. Everything about this game. Has 2 right hands. What? Dio has 2 right hands. Alright. Sure. Just Jojo things, I guess. What? He says watch out after we get punched in the face. Wait, so his closer is stand? Okay, alright, back to Jojo. Okay.
Make up mind.
Oh my god. I can already tell this fight is gonna be... I'll take it. Oh my god. Sure. I like that the fights are easy in this game on the easy difficulty. And I'm still barely winning. I think this game might be on Xbox Live Arcade. I want to say this. It might be on Xbox Live Arcade, maybe. Okay, yeah, it got an HD release, so yeah, I remember correctly. So yeah, if you want it on that, then do that. The ISO is absolutely floating around online. And so far, I'm digging this game. partly because it is mash friendly for people who can't play fighting games like me, and also this game is weird as hell. And it looks like there's a lot to do in this, or at least more than usual. Dong bong. Sure. So yeah, so far this game is pretty amazing. All right, off to Bangladesh, Calcutta. Sure. Wandering Emperor. The double right-handed man. Sure. Has everybody seen Jojo but me? Am I the one person in the universe who doesn't know anything about Jojo? Probably. Okay. Would the series that's currently on Netflix, would that cover most of the JoJo verse? Because I saw half an episode and I wasn't impressed with the half of the episode that I watched. So I should give it more of a chance, is what I'm hearing. I'm still watching Twin Peaks, so I'll have to watch it after I finish Twin Peaks. And I'm not sure that this game can top Twin Peaks' special brand of that. Twin Peaks is live-action JoJo. I love that the music just kind of loops there. All right. All right, we're back to Million Pricks guy again.
Make up mind.
Oh shit! All right, we got a taunt. Got him. A D rank. We're moving up. Actually, no, that's an E rank. Whoops. J. Gale. Okay. Okay. So that wasn't even a fight. It was just... Sure. Alright. Central India. Okay. This is probably an adventure segment.
これは切り取りましょう。
え？おい、ちょっと待て。なんじゃと？
それバイ菌入ったね。切って出さないと悪化するね。
おいおい、薬か何か塗るだけじゃダメなのかい？
私の言うこと確かね。ノープロブレムよ。さあ、切り取るよ。
なんてこって、切られるとこ見たくないわい。おい、まだか。もう終わったかね。何？
ヘイドクター、あたいを切ろうなんてとんだバカ野郎だね。あたいがエンプレスよ。地味にゃーん。ジョセフ知事、まずてめえを始末にあげちゃうよ。あんたはもうあたいから逃れられないのさ、ハニー。
本体はどこだ？どこで取り付けよった？
バカめ、言えるかい。死んでる。
誤解するんじゃないぞ。犯人はわしじゃ。
犯人はわしじゃ。わしが殺した。人殺し。
待て、違う。
これであんたはインド警察に追われることになったわけだわね。
そこの男動くな。逃げるなよ。逃げると撃つぞ。
Sure. Okay.
なんてことだ。この敵スタンドをなんとかしなくては。何をしておる。
あ
撃ち殺せる状態になったわ。子供は自由に育てなくっちゃね。
Okay. Luckily, I played Shenmue before.
私のパワーはもう証明済みよね。ほら、だってもうあんたの首に手が届くもん。
Whoa, no.
このバカが、あんたは私に殺されるんだよ。地味に。
Darn.
はい、ジョセフ・ジョースター、どんどんジョー太郎たちから離れていくよ。
このわしが闇雲に走り回っていたと思うのか。貴様をこれの中に突っ込むためじゃ。
私をこんな中に突っ込んで窒息すると思ったのかい。あんたにはこのエンプレスを倒す方法など何一つ。
何一つ何じゃと？年を取って耳が遠くなったかの。
コボルタール、窒息させるためじゃなく私を固めるためだったのか。しかしなぜコールタールが入ってると分かった。お前連射したな。さっきぶちまけた灰の粒で 道路に使ったコールタールをたどったら、
これで戦いの年季の違いというのがよーく分かったじゃろ。そしてスタンドはスタンドで引き剥がせる。お前はやめてそれだけはという。
やめてそれだけは。
Shit.
ローレ、スタンド使い本体はどこだ？
Can I explain the plot? Sure. I'll give you a plot recap at the end of the game. Alright. Delhi. Deadly traffic. Okay, it's probably more QTEs. Oh. Head for the border of Pakistan as they leave India.
さっき追い越した。急いでいるようだ。
トロトロ走ってやがったくせに何考えてんだ。
オルナレド、片側によって先に行かせてやるのだ。
ああ。おいおい、どういうつもりだ。またトロトロ走り始めやがったぞ。どんどん先行けよ。
運転してたやつの顔を見たよ。
いや、窓が埃だらけで見えなかったんだ。
運転席の窓が開いたぞ。
先に行けだとよ。一気に追い越してやるぜ。何者だあの車は。追っかけて捕まえてやる。そう、あのボロ車、山道デコボコなのにやけにスピード出るじゃねえか。あ、人振りだ。
やつが後ろからぶつかってきた。
信じられん。どうやって我々の後ろに回り込んだんだ。押し返せねえ。戦車かその車のパワーは。もうダメだ。
ハイエレファントグリーン。おお、この車のワイヤーウィンチを使ったのか。
やるな、竹追い。
ほら
この高さじゃもう助かりっこねえぜ。
なんだ一体この地鳴りは。オイルオブフォーチュン。俺が我がスタンドの暗示。地面だ。バカな、地面を掘ってきた。めちゃくちゃな車体が変形した。攻撃してくるぞ。お前らにもう道はないぜ。
Oh, I hit right. Alright, we'll say that's sure. We'll say that's a death. If I screw up a QT.
ほう。それで誰がこの空城城太郎の代わりを務めるんだ。
地面に潜ったのか。スタ プラチナでトンネルを掘ったな。
ところでおめえさっき道がないとかなんとか道というのは自分で切り開くんだ。とこうやるんだぜ。これで貴様がすっ飛んだ後に文字通り道ができたようでよかったよかった。
殺さないで。金で雇われただけなんです。
Yep. Okay. The little girl's still with us, apparently. She's not in any of the other cutscenes except this one. Sure. The Voing book mode. Tower of Grey. Okay. Sure. We got a thing. Manipulated justice. Yeah. Oh, okay. Control Jotaro and attack the zombies. If you defeat the stage boss, you win the game. So this is the regular fighting engine, but it's multiple opponents, it looks like. You cannot perform the throw, guard, or other special moves, so it's just attacks. When the gauge runs out, that's our life gauge, I guess. Okay. We can probably still use the stand, though.
やれやれだぜ。
Are you ready? Go!
オラオラオラオラ
オラオラオラオラオラ
What the hell is that, zombie baby? Oh man, the zombie babies are give me the business. cast a spell at me. Oh, no. Dang it. What? So we can't use specials in this. Alright, please give me a retry. Okay, so there it continues. Man, that was like one hit away. Shit.
Are you ready?
Okay.
Go! Ora! 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 Ora!
I guess this works too. Just hit that X button. Perfect. If the game's just gonna let me do this, I'll just do this. The only thing that can defeat me is babies. Well, this works. Much easier if you just do that. Now we Jojoing. Alright, we got a B rank for that. I'll take it. Oh, that's what it means for the A button on the loading screen that shows the combos. It's showing the Dreamcast buttons. Huh. That's that seems a little sloppy that they did that. Why does the game resolution keep changing? Sometimes for high quality static images, they put it into 480i mode for the double resolution. Oh, it's any button? Huh. That's even weirder then. Alright, the stand is a TV. Sure. So now we gotta beat up this TV. We do. Okay, defeat the lovers who have invaded Joseph's body. Control Hyphen Green and attack the lovers. If you defeat the lovers at the end of the stage, you win the game. So this is... Wait, there's shoot? Chariot shoot and regular shoot. Speed up and down. Oh my god. The Mystic Trap. Okay, what's on the next screen here? Okay. So this is like a shmup stage? Can absorb enemy bullets. Chariot pierces through enemies. Will execute multi-hit attacks. Chariot level. Use R1 and R... Oh god, this is gonna be a pain in the ass to play on a stick. Extend your tentacle. When one edge of the line connects to another, the Mystic Trap area. The damage zone for your attack. Whew, okay. So, speed up and speed down. Move, shoot. Okay. Sure. Let's see how this goes. Okay.
Are you ready? Go!
Ah, okay. This game is so weird. Oh, geez. Okay. Interesting. I might have to switch to controller for this, because this is something. Okay.
Go!
That power-up sound effect is the same sound effect as a spell in Might and Magic 7, I think. Because that sounds very familiar. Okay. Oh, there's another stage, of course.
きの
ぶった切ってやる。
Okay. Okay. Whew. Ow. All right. Dreadful Lover. D for Dreadful. We did it. Okay. All right. Very loud music. The Void Book, we unlock the strength action game. Action shooting game. Sure. Okay. S. Terry Dan. Sure. You'll be punched thousands of times. Dang. Oh, it's supposed to be Steely Dan? I can see why they changed it. Okay. Sure. Alright, we got a new loading screen here. That's the guy in the boat. Alright, Abu Dhabi. Sun-scorched desert. Hopefully it's not another shmup stage, because that actually hurt my hand. Hopefully that. Is the stand a sun? You mean, is the sun a stand? Sure. Okay. Alright. Find the enemy stand wielder who is hiding in the desert. Watch the hint screen to find out whether the stand wielder is hiding. If you throw a stone at the stand wielder 4 times, you win the game. So it's zoom up and down with R1, L1. Throw a stone, move cursor. Okay. Hint screen of the mirror. The enemy is hiding here. This hint screen is a reversed view of the binocular screen. It's reversed of the... Okay, we'll just... We're playing Where's Waldo here, I guess.
Are you ready? Go!
Alright, so we're looking for a scorpion. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yada yada.
Okay. Yada yada. Sure. Okay. That wasn't so bad. Alright, Yellow Temperance is now available in the arcade versus training modes. I guess it's a character. Sure. That's the guy with the yellow thing that grabbed me from like the fourth battle or something. Okay. Oh, Rubber Soul. Sorry, I can't keep track of all this. This is a little overwhelming. I'm sure you can understand. Alright. We're at question mark. Nightmare of Death 13. Okay. Rally-ho, is this one of the dwarves from Final Fantasy IV? There's a lot of frames of animation in that that landing animation. Okay. Now we're fighting death? We're fighting death. Okay.
Make up mind.
That's okay. This is going well. Wait, I can get behind him while he attacks our body? This seems okay. Alright. That seems balanced. So he's still trying to attack our body on the right, but we could move our stand around on the left behind him. Okay. Sure. So Death was a baby? Yeah, baby. No cross our path. Managed boy. Okay. Sure. Lamp of Magic. Alright, this is probably a QTE. Alright. So I must say, as we're an hour and 20 minutes into the game, this game is really good. I wasn't expecting this to be good because it's a fighting game and I generally don't like them, but this is great. This is fantastic. Hail to you. Okay. huh. Alright. Defeat the Judgment Stand who controls the clay dolls. Control Advil and attack the clay dolls if you defeat the stage boss. Okay, so it's like that other one. Safe fall / ditch. Okay. Oh, this is different from the other one. This is just a normal fight, except it's against a bunch of enemies. There's Dog. Apparently Dog is in this game. I'm sure Dog will join our party at some point.
Are you ready? Go!
Oh, there's no stand gauge. Sure. Just hit that X button.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Hit that stand button. Alright. Tarot card fortune telling game is now available. Sure. Okay. It's just Jojo things happening here. Okay. Diamond's Tooth. Although it's just their regular fighting stance, but they have coffee cups. Okay. Alright. Back to Jojo. Regular fighting chapter.
Make up mind.
Oh, this is the one on the back of the box with the... seems unfair. Just hit me with a car. Oh. Shit. Alright. I'm gonna have to try a little harder here. Fights are getting slightly harder. But that one is just bullshit. It's like if you're on the ground at all, you're just able to get hit. Oh boy. And again, it's very weird that they have loading screen in between these. Most fighting games don't do that. Oh shit! Okay, all right, I'm okay with losing like that because that's amazing. That was quite the attack there. All right, again, I'll point out, I don't play fighting games. I'm not skilled at them in any way. This is not an exhibition of skill of this game. I'm playing through this as part of PSXplosion. In case anybody's got the wrong idea here about what's going on here. Oh shit. Man, this is getting rougher. Alright, we've hit our first real roadblock of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Okay. It's a good thing I skipped doing Seaman today, because it appears we're going to need more time than I thought with this one. Okay. That time I gave her the business. Whew. We just need to lose enough for the AI to crank itself down to 0 out of 10 difficulty. What the? Alright. Alright. Sure. Alright, I think we're almost to Egypt. Should be your god. Brought another. Okay. Iggy, he's a dog who has the power of sand. Alright, so the dog joins our party, I guess. Okay. That guy got a close up for some reason. Alright, defeat Endduel, the wielder of the water stand. Control the tower and attack the enemy stand. If you defeat the stage boss, you win the game. Okay, some of the special moves are unavailable in this one, but I'm pretty sure I can just mash the X button and do pretty well. This is anything like previous ones.
Make up mind.
Oh, I can't. Okay. Oh. Interesting. So this one's almost like a beat 'em up stage. Shit. Right into that. Oh. Okay.
お前は俺を怒らせた。
Sure. Ooh. Sure. Okay, I'm going to step away for 2 minutes here, and then we will be back to Jojo. So, stay tuned. All right. Back to Jojo. True premonition. Like a deadly premonition. Okay. Heading for the hospital where they're staying.
俺たちのカードは書物の神トトと創造の神クヌム。 お前の未来が見える漫画のスタンドと俺の顔が変身できるスタンドがあれば俺たちは無敵の兄弟だな。
Huh.
新しいページが現れたぞ。
Oh, that's the voying from the
オインゴ
special.
とボインゴは仲良し兄弟。兄弟の次なる冒険はアスワンの町に入ると、お、いたぞ。憎くき5人の敵がいるぞ。奴らは話し合ってます。
アブドゥルの傷は軽いが歌教員の目が心配だな。医者は入院の必要がありと言ってるぞ。歌教員とはどうやらこの町で別れるしかないようだな。おい、たくさんカフェがあるぞ。休もうぜ。
奴らが入ったカフェにはすでに店員に化けたオインゴが先回りしています。オインゴは漫画の予言通り紅茶にコロリと死ぬ毒を盛りました。
Okay. Sure.
奴らはあまり心配しているので毒入りの紅茶を飲んでしまいました。でも犬が邪魔をしたので飲み込みはしなかったのです。あの犬め、畜生、失敗だ。兄弟はものすごく悔しがりました。でもすぐに気を取り直すと兄弟は3人と1匹の後を追います。後を追っている途中、とてもムカつく顔の男とすれ違います。兄弟はこういうタイプの顔は大嫌い。男は全然悪くないけど意味もなく殴ってやるとボカッ。ひー。そのムカつく顔の男は大慌て。大金の入った財布を落としていきました。わーい、大儲け。兄弟はほんとラッキーピース。ジョースターたちは自動車に乗って2人のいる病院に向かおうとしています。兄弟も再びジョースターたちを追います。先回りしたオインゴ兄がその車にオレンジに見せかけた爆弾を仕掛けました。しかし飛ばされたのは丈太郎に化けたおインゴ兄でした。しかも悪いニュースはまだまだ続きます。財布を落としていったやつが卑怯にも仲間を連れてやってきたのです。これではボインゴも敵討ちに行くどころではありません。でもくじけちゃダメだよボインゴ。人生とはそういうものだから。兄弟は仲良くリタイアしてしまいました。丈太郎たちは襲われたことさえ気づかず戦いは終わっていたのです。
I see. All right. Close-up graphics. Swung to home above. Do the sword. Okay. Okay. Sure. All right, million pricks again. And ray dart. Okay.
覚えたぞ。覚えたぞ。覚えたぞ。
This guy and his counterattacks. Oh, no fucking way. Seriously? The game saw I was about to win and said nope. Hey, how about nope? Shit. Okay. Almost had him. Okay. Alright, this time. Alright, I'm not sure what it... I don't think that guy is a tell when he's about to do his guaranteed counterattack. But it looks like if you're doing a multi-hit combo, it can just move right. Again! Jesus Christ. Get him down to one hit and then... So close. Alright. If only these loading screens weren't an hour long. Okay, that time. That time we got it. Fights are certainly getting harder. Alright. Arcade version art. Okay. Oh, Chaka is one of the high tier characters in this game. Where the razor? I can kind of see why with that instant counter. But I'm sure there's probably ways around that if you're playing versus. Okay. Sure.
Make up
Ah.
mind.
This is some Samurai Showdown shit here. This is... Oh, man. Okay. Favorites to play so far? You're making me try and remember the names of characters here, and... the guy with the green stand. That one.
Make up mind.
This... This... This is... This suddenly got very rough very quickly. Holy shit. Okay. Maybe if we lose enough, the game will drop us down to 0 out of 10 difficulty. And this guy will stop giving me the business. No! Okay, just like I thought. We gotta drop down the... We gotta drop down the difficulty to 0 by losing a lot. That's how you do it. Alright. Alright. Now we're fighting him, I guess. Uh-oh. Well. Fantastic. Okay. All right. Well, Blazing Strike worked pretty well last time, so we'll keep riding that train.
Make up mind.
Alright, looks like we gotta lose a few times. Same strat, lose on purpose. That's the trick here. Alright. So this guy has like infinite reach, it looks like. Of course, he's got a counter. Of course. Alright, so this guy's got multiple counters, it looks like. He can reach all the way across the screen and close the distance very quickly. That's an amazing image there. Okay. I can summon Peepo anytime I want. There's my stand right there. It's up there.
Make up mind.
Oh, shit. Of course. No fucking every time. Get him down to low HP, and then, of course, it's a counter. Alright, this time. Going to draw on the power Peepo. Okay.
Make up mind.
Oh, man, even if it doesn't land, it still hits you? Of course. Alright, we're not getting, like, immediately owned, though, like in some of the other fights. This is... If only these loading screens weren't the thing. They completely unnecessary loading screens. The other loading screen was just for the game over screen.
Make up mind.
course. Of course. Man, is every fight gonna come down to the last hit every time? Oh man. That is so tilting. Man.
Make up mine.
Of course. Of course. Of course. This guy can go from down on the ground to countering in like a frame. Man, and this is on difficulty 2 out of 8. Jesus. Alright.
Make up mine.
No fucking way! Man. This hurt my hands. It's a good thing this is the only console game we're playing today. Playing on an arcade stick just ruins my hands. I think it's maybe just this particular stick, but oh, good lord.
Make up mine.
Alright. Next time. Okay.
Make up mine.
Ah, shit. Alright. We'll beat this guy. Next time. If only it weren't for all these load screens. Okay.
Make up mine.
This fucking guy can reach half the screen. And of course the... Oh, shit. That's a new one. Okay. Okay. This time.
Make up mind.
For fuck's sake. Of course. Fucking hell. What are you asking about? I do super move. I got the manual up here, and it looks like they are super easy, but you're overestimating my skill at fighting games. Of course. Get him! Get him! Oh no! Fucking again! Look, don't be that guy that decides when I need help. Because I noticed you've done that a few times already. I'll ask if I'd like some assistance. Thanks.
Make up mind.
Oh, come the fuck on. Come on. Shit. Oh boy. This fight. You got a real Death Mountain going here. Or are we still getting no signal? Man, it's... Oh, fuck. Man, this game. Yeah, at least it's only one round. It wasn't, God, what was it? Street Fighter the movie, I think? That one was, hey, you gotta win best 2 out of 3, and good luck. Good luck taking a round off of the final boss. Oh, there's also War Gods. That one was also... Okay, we got him. See ya. Finally. That was more than 10 deaths on that boss. Holy shit. Okay. Anubis and Chariot. We did it. I mean, it was more than 10, at least. Oh. Shit. A boy. Okay. Sure.
アヌビスを倒したジョータロウたちはルクトールのホテルで一夜を明かした。その朝、
早く起こせアブデル。時折ってのは朝が早いもんだがな。
さあ、口の悪い野郎でさ。すぐ降りてくと言っておいてくれ。
Alright, sure, let's do this back.
女の身支度より遅いんじゃないの？仕方ね、丈太郎。先に行くか。
Okay. I get the feeling we're still going to be doing both paths here. That you just choose which path you start on. Don't make me any younger. Sure. What? Huh? Huh. Alright. Million pricks. And I just now noticed his earrings are a heart torn in half. Sure.
Make up mine.
So he's got an axe and just a gun. Okay. Yeah, I guess they probably did have to make kid sprites for every character. Okay, how am I going to deal with this guy? Alright, this is Jean-Pierre Polnareff. Where's his move list? There's Black Polnareff. A, press rapidly. Ray Dart. A, hold back and then forward. Okay. I like that this guy's hair animates, but nothing else does. Okay. Sure.
賭けこそが人生の楽しみ。私と一つ賭けをしてくれませんか。あの猫がどっちの燻製を先に作るか。
So that the X button doesn't work here. You have to hit
そう
circle.
です。つまんないけどスリルあるでしょ。右か左か、さあかけてみませんか。グー、楽しくなってきた。
Neither? Alright, left. Left meat. Left meat.
では私はこちらにかけましょう。
Okay.
金はいりません。魂なものはどうです。魂。
Sure?
私の勝ちだ。さあ、魂を払っていただきましょう。
Is this a death? It was a rhetorical question if this was a death or not. Drop coins into a glass without spilling the water? Take turns to drop 1 to 5 coins into a glass. If the water spills out on your turn, you lose. You can cheat to move the overflow line. So the cheat button is triangle. Okay, if you go over the overflow line, even for a short time, the water will spill out the glass. What the hell? What? Choose how many coins you wish to drop. The closer you are to stopping at 2 meters, the steadier the coins will be dropped. A cheat drop and a normal drop. Cheat up to 3 times. Actual overflow. It is not. What? Okay. Sure. Sure thing. Sure. What in the hell? Ah, yes, the rules are simple. Take turns dropping them into the glass. I'll bet my soul on it. Okay.
Good.
Good.
Are you ready? Go!
Alright, I gotta do this off the CRT, I guess.
Derby だ。二度と間違えるな。
Alright. Sure thing, Arby's.
Blue!
I put 4 coin... Okay. I'm clearly not understanding this.
Oh my god!
Alright, there's your oh my god.
ギャンブルを続けよう。
Okay. That's a continue. Okay. Alright. Wait, beat Darby at poker? Cards of 10 through 13, a of 4 kinds, and a joker? Oh, aces, okay. You can bet up to 5 coins on each game. If you have a good hand, you can raise your bet. You start off with 12 coins. If you lose it all when your game is over. What? One coin is bet on each game automatically. Use your action from the following. Drop the game. Raise. Bet the same amount. What is this game? What even... What? Challenge with your cards. You can raise, but you can't have your cards changed. If Darby calls and the bet coins are less than 5, you can raise and have your card changed. So... Okay. 3 royal flush, 4 of a kind. Yeah, so this is just standard poker rules. Okay. Okay. Why is there a poker minigame in the fighting game? I'll finish with poker, okay?
Good.
Good.
Are you ready? Go!
Alright. We have 2 aces. We can't change our cards, though. I don't think there's much we can do with this.
早くさまえ!
Okay, he had a full royal everything. Okay, this is a flush, a straight. I think it's called a straight. So we're not changing anything. I don't want to change anything. No, do not change anything.
Cool.
Okay.
Yes. 勝負だ.
All right. Wait, I got coins from that, and it said I lost. Alright, we're raising, because we gotta We got a straight again.
早く下前 こう よし勝負だ
Yeah, okay.
こう
And we got it again.
Yes. So.
Wait, so he won that time? Alright, we want to change that one. Give me a king. Oh.
Cool.
This is just one pair. This is not going to... So he had the same thing. Okay. Alright, 3 of a kind. Let's see if we can get 4 of a kind. Sure. Actually, we could change both of those. Got him. Alright. Okay.
Cool.
So we got it, two pair, it looks like. So if I change the...
Yes.
Okay, we can't. Okay. Sure. So at least 3 of a kind. We're going for this again. Okay, so we got 4 queens. Of course.
Lay.
Alright, we're going for the straight here.
Lay.
Alright, we're dropping. We're dropping. We got nothing. He had nothing too.
Open the gate.
Okay.
Bet.
Alright, I think if we call this, I'm feeling confident with the
Lay.
3 of a kind. Sure. Okay, that didn't really help. Okay. I'll take it.
Lay.
Alright, hoping for a 2 pair here. I'll take that though. which is not great. Is he gonna drop?
勝負だ
That, yeah, okay. Alright, we just gotta go all in. We're not gonna get anywhere with single bets. There we go. There we go.
Yes.
Okay, right back in it.
Cool. Yes.
Shit. I'm forgetting the mechanics of this, apparently. Okay, so we have a straight already. And it's unlikely he's going to beat that. Okay. Oh boy, we won one. This is probably going to take longer than that one fight. Okay, well, 3 of a kind. Okay, 4 of a kind, I'll take it.
Cool. Yes.
4 of a kind of aces beats queens. All right. Wait.
Cool.
That canceled itself out. Aces are high. All right, this is like modified poker rules. All right, we're going for it. Okay, 4 aces.
Bet.
We just gotta go big or go home. Okay. He likes his cards the way they are, but we don't have a good hand. What?
こいつジュースまでいつの間に貴様なめやがっていいだろう勝負
Okay. Sure. Oh, it timed out the event. Nice. Well, a win's a win, you know? Alright, the Justice action game. I think that's the side-scrolling shooter. God God, that took forever. Oh shit. Easy to Cairo. Alright, so here's Red Whole Horse. Oh, a zombie baby. What? Didn't this guy have, like, a tan outfit on before? And there's a box over here now. Oh, my chair is... My chair's broken, apparently. Nice. Alright. Back to fighting. See if I can remember how to in this game. It's weird that the 4DI isn't working properly. Has it? Has it been like that for the whole stream? Do I have the wrong 4DI settings on? I think I might. Okay. Interesting. All right, I'll toggle the game feed on and off here. And maybe that will sync faster now. Alright. Yeah, because sometimes it's really tricky trying to get the capture cards to all work properly and quickly. That's the catch. It's got to work quickly. Oh, this is the kid from the cutscene earlier? The poorly drawn one? Huh. Alright. Sure. That must be Zombie Baby. Cairo. Bird of Ice. Wait, the dog can talk? Oh, what am I saying? Of course the dog can talk. Okay. Alright, Sand Crush, Sand Attack, Sand Magic. Okay. Sure.
Make up mine.
It looks like I want to keep the stand away for a lot of the fight. Okay. This might end the run law. Well, what do you know? We did it. First try. And yeah, it looks like if you put away the stand, it looks like you can just dodge most of the attacks. Yep. Was that fight supposed to be hard? Super high tier bullshit. Well, I guess it didn't use it on me there. So, I lucked out. Alright. Reunite with the Gekiri. The bird is banned in tournaments. Nice. Alright.
リオの館に突入した丈太郎たちの前には厳格の廊下が果てしなく広がっている。そこに一人の男が現れた。
いかがなされました？私との勝負をお望みですなら。
So that's the card game guy. His Arby's.
俺たちは魂の奪いっとしているし、とっととディオに合わせな。ほら！
わかりました。とっておきの世界へお連れしましょう。
さあ、丈太郎の攻撃を避けて。
Oh, Darby's brother, Darby.
廊下に謎の空間を開け、丈太郎を引きずり込もうとする。ハイエレファントグリーン！丈太郎、穴に落ちる！引っ張り出すんだ！ジョースターさん、歌教員！
Alright, well, we'll fight Arby's. Again. Let's do the lower path. What? Oh, I thought that was like a game over. Like, what the hell? Sure. Interesting. This is the QT hell path? Nice. Well, I played Shenmue a time or two, so maybe I can do this. Alright.
あしら、どうやら囚われたようじゃね。この幻覚はスタンドだ。
言う必要はありません。
つまり、こういうことだ。我々はお前を倒さない限り先には進む。
Exactly。ぜひ、聞かせていただきたい。魂をかけてゲームをやるという言葉。
いいでしょう。僕が相手します。そのゲームで魂をかけよう。
F Mega. Leave the course and your car explodes. 6 cars at the start. Acceleration tunnel. What?
用意はいいですか？
Sure.
紳士ぶってないでさっさとやればいい。
同じ速度じゃ並んでる。同時に第1コーナーに入るぞ。
Oh, dang it.
マシンを戻しきれん。スピンする。
フルスロットルでコーナー突入。
Yep, it begins.
またも同時じゃな。
このゲーム
第3コーナー。
この歌教員乗り焼き。
Is this just NASCAR?
第4コーナー。
Reverse NASCAR? not NASCAR.
精神的動揺による操作ミスは
第5コーナー。いかん、マシンを戻しきれん。スピンする。
That might have been a down input.
決してないと思っていただこう。
第6コーナー、これも同時じゃ。いかん、
Oh, shit.
マシンを戻しきれん。スピンする。
All it is left right, and I just... Not like this is difficult.
スピードでのコーナーリングは可能。
第6コーナーを曲がるとすぐに加速トンネルが見える。
しかしトンネルの幅は1台しか通れない。
ぶつかるぞ。ここは奴に譲れ。ダービーの後で入るんだ。
それはできません。先に入られたらもう僕に勝つ見込みはなくなる。
Alright, this one's probably a four-direction one.
トンネルの壁に突っ込ませるとは。
依然同時か。気の抜けないレースだな。
加速トンネルを抜けた瞬間、先に出た方が相手をブロックできる。つまりこの勝負、トンネルの出口で確実に決まる。トンネル飛び出る。やはりダービーの方が速い。
速度が2倍に私の勝ちだ。
いや、負けるのは貴様だ、ダービー。このスピンで貴様の車を吹っ飛ばす。
スピンしながらの体当たりでダービーの車をコースの外へ吹っ飛ばした。佳境員の車は無事着地。ダービーの車はコースアウトだ。やった。
そうかね。気づいてないのは君の方だ。私の車を押し出してもらうための計算なのです。これからだ、勝負のつくのは。見ろ、私のマシンの飛んだ方向を。
隣へ飛び越え、コースの先へ。
バカな。コースを飛び越えるなんて。
さてと、レースを続行するかな、佳境。
敗北を認めるんじゃない、佳境員。
掴んだ魂。今負けを自分で認めたのだ。おっと、激高して私の生命への攻撃はやめろと忠告。どんなことでも私が命を落とせば、佳境員の魂はあの世に飛んでゆく。
おい長太郎、何を座っている。次はわしじゃ。
引っ込んでなじじ。トランプや花札とはわけが違う。次は野球だ。これでお前との対戦を希望した。俺の魂をグー。
This is pretty straightforward. It's just a race. How's progress? Pretty good. We hit a couple walls in terms of fights.
太郎、何を試しぶりばかりしているんだ。王子が投げるより早く振り寄って。なんだその操作の仕方。テレビゲームそのものをやったことがないな。
なーに、野球のルールは知っている。操作はやりながら覚える。
ふざけるな長太郎。お前は魂をかけたんだ。降りることはできないのだ。
貴様、ゲームに対してど素人。しかしこのダービーに油断はない。
いいだろう。もうバッティングの方は大体覚えた。
丈太郎、ど素人を装う作戦ならこの私には無駄だと忠告しておく。
だ。今のタイミングのずれた無様なスイング。ふざけるな、ジョータロ。
Alright, the timing is a lot tougher on this. Shit, we can only miss twice. Oh, they changed it!
タイミングのずれた無様なスイング。ふざけるな、ジョータロ。
Uh-oh, they mix it up. It's not the same each time. Okay.
なに？貴様、さっき何と言った？バッティングの方法？
It's always been the same every time I did a retry. If you fail, you have to do the race again. Nice. Well, let's just not fail.
なかなか面白いゲーム。
耐えろ、耐えろ、ジョータロ。確か初心者だったそれを8級で。
二度と言う必要はねえぜ。
面白い。私の敵はこうでなくてはな。
やりやった。入った入った。またまたホームランじゃ。
ところでジョータロウ、イカ様の天才である兄は私に対しては勝負してこなかった。なぜだ。今ジョータロウはかっ飛ばしているかのように見えるが、とても不安があって、私の能力に不安を抱いた。まさかひょっとしてそうだろジョータロウ。そして投球予告する。ど真ん中へフォークボールを投げる。
投げな、ダービ
ー。来た。コースはど真ん中。直球だ。落ちるのか落ちないのか。ボールは落ちない。直球のままじゃ。ジョータロウ、こいつの投球予告なんて信じて。いや、
こいつはすでに知っていた。俺がフォークを決めた決心。
バカだ。お前はこう言いたいのか。こいつは心の中を読んでいると。
次は1回裏の私の攻撃。予告しよう。次はホームランを打つ。
俺の狙うコース、ここだ。
まずい。
読んでした。完全に心を読まれたら叶わないのではないか。どうする。
4対3。あっという間にひっくり返しますよ。
投球予告をする。外角高めストレート。投球予告をすると言ったのさ。
間抜けか貴様。
投げる。
何？変化？
次も外角高めストレートでいくぜ。
様をしているのは分かっている。どんなイカ様をしているのだ。
貴様の兄貴は言っていたぜ。バレなきゃイカ様じゃね
え。やはりさらけ出したが、
はい、
我がスタンドの前では何も歯が立たぬことを。
I hit left. It must have been down left. Okay.
わからない。イカ様がわからない。なぜなんだ。しまった。うっかり魂を離してしまった。
歌教員の魂が
歌教員の意識が戻った。
違うぞ。俺は負けを認めてはいない。コントローラーにジョセフのスタンドが伸びている。イカ様というのはこんなくだらねえこと。コントローラーを操作していたのはお前か、ジョセフ・ジョースター。
さてと、あとはこいつの始末だけだ。
許してくれ。歌教員の魂だって戻しただろ。許してね。
許すか許さねえか、心の中を読んでみりゃいい。
なあもしかしてオラオラですか。
イエスイエスイエス。
オラ
Okay. Okay. We cleared the QTE section, I guess. Okay. And yeah, we got down to almost had to do all that all over again. The Lover's Shooting Game. Okay. Vulnerable to sunlight. Just like me.
まさかこのまま明日の日の出まで一時退却ってことはねえだろうな。俺はこのままおめおめと逃げ出すことはしねえからな。だってお前らと同じ気持ちだ。状況が変わった。リオは必ず日の出までに追ってくる。その間にスタンドを暴くチャンスがある。そのチャンスを待つんじゃ。いやだ、俺は逃げ出すことはできねえ。あんたを尊敬しているが、逃げるってあんだけは従えねえ。
丈太郎、君の意見を聞こう。
ポルナレフと俺は追いながらやっと。
Ah, versus Dio or versus Dio?
逃げながらやっと。
Alright. Keep going the lower path.
挟み撃ちの形。
Okay. Stand that are two of a kind. Okay. Okay.
Make up mind.
Dang it. Okay. All right.
Make up mind.
Okay.
おめえは俺を怒らせた。
Okay. Sure. And then we're flat on our ass. Okay. The final blow. Okay. All right. Back to pulling the ref.
Make up mind.
Good start to that fight, and then it went very downhill very quickly. Okay. Great art. So it's actually hold back and then forward plus A.
Make up mind.
Much worse. Much worse. Hold down, up plus A. Back in stand mode. Okay. Okay. Folks. All right, so we started this fight on 24 deaths. So come on, Polnareff. Back, forward. We need 1,000,001 pricks in order to beat this guy, I think. That needle pierce counterattack seems pretty good. That did a decent amount of damage, but I was only able to land it once.
Mega Mind.
Huh. I'm not even sure how you use it. Yeah, whatever. I guess I'll stop using needle pierce. It's gonna be like that. Okay. Ray dart. Hold back 4 plus A. Hold down up plus A. I do appreciate that this game has a very limited moveset, so you aren't. Well, that seems just unfair there. Of course. Whew. Well, that was the closest we got. Holy shit. Yeah, that's true. I see in the manual here, there's 2 moves that say in stand mode to do needle pierce and remote control, and then million pricks, ray dart, and shooting star don't say in stand mode, so. Can I just... Dang it. Okay. I think we got something here though. I think we got something here. I think we can maybe cheese this. Yeah, I think it's cheese time. I think it's cheese time, boys. I think we got something here. Okay.
Make up your mind.
Okay, well not if he does that. Oh shit, okay. Almost. Almost.
Make up your mind.
Oh boy. Has this not been counting any of my deaths? For fuck's sake. All right, we're like at that. I was clicked out of my window for some reason. Fuck's sake. Nobody noticed that the death counter wasn't going up, I guess. Somehow I Oh, it's when I toggled the game feed on and off, and that was a while ago. Okay, well, we're gonna have totally inaccurate death counter for this game, I guess. Okay. That's annoying. That's annoying. That annoys me more than fighting this boss, is that I was clicked out of the window and forgot. I have to have my library thing as the active window in order for my counters to count. Boy. Okay. Well, it definitely doesn't automatically add deaths, because that I'm not even sure how I'd program that. I'd have to create an AI that would have to know what was going on in a game. Yeah, global hotkeys would mess with things, which is why I didn't do it. Believe me, I have had this system for 6 years. The way I have it is the best way that I can make all this work. Why are you just posting random shit in the chat? Ugh. Oh boy. Oh. Of course! God damn! Jesus Christ. Yeah, the difference with X input and D input is that X input has a mode that when you initialize talking to the controller, you can start it in a mode called exclusive mode or shared mode. And if it's in shared mode, which is actually what my controller input monitor thing works as, you can share the controller between other programs. It won't hog all the inputs. Okay. 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 So yeah, it's not a direct input or X input thing, it's a mode thing. So it's up to the programmer to make that choice. Okay. Everlasting journey, goodbye, my friends. Sure. sure? Things are getting pretty anime up in here. Yep, it's just like my Japanese animes. Okay. So the manual says for super combos, it's a special moves, super combos, it's down, down, right, right, plus AA. I don't know if that means double tap. AA? Down, down, right, AA. So quarter circle forward AA and quarter circle back AA. And then this Star Platinum the Worldo is forward MALA forward S at level 3 gauge. I don't Man, once he gets you in the corner, it's over. Shit. Ah. Yeah, from the looks of it, using the world is probably beyond me. I'm not even sure which buttons MA and LA are, or what S is. I assume S is strong. The medium, forward, medium, light, forward, strong. He's doing some input reading here. Hello, Summer. Oh, stand button. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's bizarre. That's how they notarize the attacks in this. Backdash, safe fall. shit. Yeah, no, that was some JoJo shit right there. All right, now I know what we need to do. The path is clear now. It is quarter circle forward and then attack. I assume that's a mashing battle when it gets into that, if you just mash more than the computer. Man, when I run out of stands so quickly. Chat on the website is not loading. Maybe refresh? Sometimes it does that. Actually, shit. I think there was a problem with the with TitanBot, and I need to update the code on TitanBot because there was a new bug that Discord introduced the other day, and that actually reminds me that needs to be fixed. Shit. Oh boy. It's just not updating. Interesting. Is it doing that for anyone else? There is new code for the website. It works for me, and he recently refreshed. Okay, so it sounds like. Are you on what browser are you? Let's see if we can debug this. Man, didn't even hit him that time. Let's see. Firefox. Okay. It might be a Firefox issue. It might be a Firefox issue. Then. Or no, you're on Chrome? And it's not working on Chrome. Interesting. Are you on... Huh. Man, fucking websites. What a pain in the ass websites are. Alright, well that one okay. Child freeze early on. Third-party cookies. Yeah, like we still got shit to figure out. Like I think something is also misconfigured on my website because it's way slower than it should be for the specifications of my machines that I'm running it on. So fucking oh shit. it got fixed. Well, I didn't change anything to fix it, so that's new to me. Java won't update in Chrome. Hey, Aki. You're here for the very end of Jojo, apparently. Alright, there's not much I can do about that when he takes out half my life bar in one combo. Yeah, it gives warnings and errors in Chrome too. Like, shit. It might be because of the new player code that got rolled out, but I'm not the one who made that, so I might have to roll it back again to the old code and just use the code that I did, and fucking hell. Well, I wasn't planning on streaming tomorrow anyways, so I guess I'll have to take a look at this again and see if I can get working embed code. Like, along with the Discord announcement bot isn't working anymore. Like, at the beginning of the stream, I used to be able to type in something and then have it go to Twitter and Discord at the same time. And now it's only going to Twitter. And everything looks fine on Discord's end, everything looks fine on my end. But just yesterday, it started not working. And I have no idea why. It's just... There's just so much shit that,
Make up mind.
I was blocking that the whole time. I was blocking that the whole time. I blocked all of that. And he still completely ruined me. Yep, good old website, Sankey. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Well, let's not worry. Let's not worry about it right now. If it's suddenly working and not working, it's probably a server load issue. So what'll actually make it worse is if you keep reloading the site. So hey, don't worry about it right now. Well, don't do that, because then my host will ban your IP. And then you won't be able to see anything. So don't do that. Alright. Okay, good. So we haven't started King's Quest yet. If you're here for the King's Quest primarily, I looked up how to get the cat hair because it was really bothering me yesterday about the cat thing, and it turns out that it's RNG is the cat thing. So I had the right idea that you had to pick up the cat to get the cat hair, but it's random whether or not the game lets you pick up the cat, which is just the dumbest thing. But I guess it is consistent with all the other RNG stuff that's in that game. Shit. Yeah, I really wish there was an official way to embed a Discord chat in a site. This is an unofficial external thing that I have to use. That's still running on my server here, but it's an external thing. Because the best that actual Discord can do for something like this is, hey, here's a button you can put on your site to join the server. Like, oh boy, that's real helpful. Actual Discord. Discord isn't complete trash. Like it works pretty damn well for what it does. Like being an Electron app, that's its own thing. But for the most part, Discord is great because the alternative is Skype, and that is actual trash. And when you added me there, it just tabbed me out of the Discord. As I say, as I'm defending Discord here, it tabs me out. Cool. Dude. That one was going good. Well, I have the move set up in front of me. It is right here. I have that in front of me. Like, shit. Oh man, you can do the war in the air.
Make up mind.
That went great. That went fantastic there. Okay. Oh boy. That went fantastic. Okay.
Make up mind.
Okay. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. Grand finale. Sure. Okay. The sun shooting game. Alright, chair. Come on. Ugh.
リオの死体から血をジョセフに輸血してジョセフは蘇った。
They took his blood.
これで貸しは返してもらったぜ。
ジョータロウはリオの肉体を太陽の光に当てて灰にした。
これで終わったな。
ああ、彼らのおかげ彼らのおかげでわしらは生きているのじゃ。歌教員、ビギー、アブデス、終わったよ。
ジョータロウ、ジョセフはポリーの待つ日本へ帰るため空港にいた。楽しくなるな。
何かあったら呼んでください。飛んで駆けつけますよ。
辛いことがたくさんあったが楽しかった。心からそう思う。
それじゃあな、しみったるじいさん。そしてそのケチな孫よ、俺のこと忘れんなよ。
また会おう。わしのことが嫌いじゃなけりゃな。まぬけずる。
忘れたくてもそんなキャラクターしてねえぜ、てめえはよ。元気でな。
帰ってくるのよ。パパと丈太郎よ。二人が帰ってくるわ。
All right. Good thing I was able to get through that, because the game wouldn't let me save. So that would have been a big problem if I had to load a save. Oh yeah. Okay. Totally great ending. That was a better ending than Shenmue 3. If you're being sarcastic. Ball boy. Many games have a better ending than Shenmue 3. Yep. You're going to be hearing that until Shenmue 4 comes out. I did finish Shenmue 3, Henki. The VOD is on my site and on YouTube if you want to watch it and be disappointed. I spent, I think, 40 minutes after I beat the game discussing the game in the wrap-up, and it's the worst Shenmue game, and you know how I feel about Shenmue 1. Manatee. Special thanks to Manatee. Special thanks to Manatee. Yep, exactly, Hidden. Yep, Peepo got it right. Sometimes Peepo doesn't screw up. Sometimes. Yeah, I've heard about the marine biologist thing, and that, like, Wikipedia has to lock down the notable marine biologist page because of fucking memers. The end. Jojo's Venture. Congratulations. I don't recognize most of these drawings. Or I recognize the one on the bottom left there because that was the amazing desert boss. And that's about it. Sure. Oh, this is the gambling guy. And then this is the racing guy. Racing/baseball. There's the bug. And then I think that's about it. Sure. Okay. They're gonna ask for a save. Game over. I beat the game. It doesn't let you save here? It just kicks you. Okay. Fascinating. Alright, let's that's additional features. What do we got in here? Close-up graphics. Appear only briefly during the game, can be seen here. Okay. Alright. Star Platinum. Jotaro. Can we zoom this in? Nope. Okay. So it just unlocks all of them? You don't even have to see them all at once? Avdol in Magician's Red. He's got a giant bird. That guy was pretty easy to use. We only got to use him for like a stage, but that one is pretty nice. Okay, Iggy and the Fool. Sure. We only got to use the dog once, but I cleared that fight first try, I think, and that was supposed to be one of the hardest fights in the game. Sure. Yeah, I know we can save from the options menu, but I think it's weird that there isn't a post-credits save prompt. In case you do forget that there's a main menu save option, you know? Because all throughout the story mode, it was the next save and then main menu screen. So here's Debo. And Endduel. Sure. Midler. Okay. Oh, we did fight her. Yeah, I remember her. Yeah. She was actually the first one I died to, I think. Come to think of it. There's Dio and Zawaldo. Sure. Iced and Cream. Okay. Shadow Dio. Okay. Jojo. So that's different from Jotaro? Sure. Whole Horse. Why are his fingers clipping through the gun? Is it because it's a spooky ghost gun? Huh. Sure. Green. Okay. That was one of the party member guys. Black Polnareff and Anubis. Oh yeah, this is when he picked up the sword. Yeah, he gave me problems too. Pet Shop and Horus. So yeah, this was the OP bird boss, I guess. Okay. Marahia and Bast. I don't remember fighting her in the story. Whole Horse and Voying. So it's just Whole Horse, but in a different costume. Sure. Robber Soul, which apparently is supposed to be Rubber Soul. Sure. Huh. Okay. His face looks different. Canon Anubis. Okay, this is a sword guy. That guy gave me trouble too. And then Big L Death 13. So those have death animations, but they don't have portraits. Okay. And then illustrations. What we got here? Brochure, poster, design. Midler does not appear in the original comic book story. Special design created for the game. Interesting. Okay. This is just promotional artwork for the game, I guess? Huh. Interesting. So I assume the manga is, since it's as old as it is, it's all in monochrome. And not full color. It's a really good animation. The illustration. Huh. A lot going on in this one. Can we... Oh, we can... Okay. Sure. This must be the promotional poster. Okay. Neat. And then... Yep. Yep. This will sell video games. That's how you do it. Okay. That's the arcade version. And then whatever those two are, we didn't unlock them. What else? So there's the book thing here. Oing and Voing. Brothers Adventure. Oh, okay, so this is like the... You can view their endings once you unlock them in the arcade mode. Okay. So all these characters got their own endings. Interesting. And then this is the... So this is the zombie fight. And this is the shooter on the ship. And then this one, I can't remember what this one was. So there was at least two mini games that we didn't see. Versus CPU. So this is the zombie fight, and this is the desert fight against the water, I think. Tarot cards. I don't know what that is. Let's see what tarot cards is. Alright, let's find out our fortune. Okay. Trust yourself and I'll be fine. Sure. Okay. Not sure what the point of all that is, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, and that's just all the stuff that you unlock by being good at the game, which I am not. Alright. So the arcade mode, let's just do like a round or two of this. But I'm pretty sure this is just, hey, it's fighting as Jojo. Okay. We got Dog, we got Bird Guy, we got Mr. Jojo himself. We got What's-Her-Face. We got other What's-Her-Face. That's Joestar? This is Green Guy. That's Flat Top Man. Other Flat Top Man. Sure. That's the two brothers. That's sure. That's the guy with the gun with his fingers clipping through it. Evil flat top man. Bird, and then sword guy. Sure. So let's play as this guy. Alright. Let's see if there's anything unique for this.
104年をめぐるジョースアーケードの因縁の決着を迎えようとしていた。数々の刺客を送るも次々と打ち破るジョセフ、ジョータローら4人の仲間たちはついにディオの艦内に侵入。
But we're playing as Dio.
まさに目前まで迫ってきていた。ディオ様。バニラアイス、奴らを任せた。ディオ様を倒そうなどと思い上がった考えを正してやる。
Huh. So each character has their own different storylines? Oh man. Interesting. Man, there's a lot to this game. There is a lot to this game.
Make up mind. Fight.
So he has the same moveset as Jojo does. I guess that would make sense because they're like they're related or something. They're connected through fate. Okay, well that's different. To be continued. Okay. Well, okay, what was the thing about two left hands and two right hands? So Dio is the one with two right hands, and Jojo has two left hands? Do I even want to know? Is probably my follow-up question.
Make up mind.
Something else entirely. Okay. Jay Guile has sure. I remember who that is, sure. Definitely. Yeah, I think after I'm done watching Twin Peaks, I'll probably give Jojo a go again on Netflix, since it is on Netflix. Interesting. I don't think we saw this this background in story mode.
Make up mind. Fight.
ぞ。
First two parts. Okay, sure. I'm not gonna worry about watching part 1 and part 2 and all that in order. I'm just gonna watch the series that's on Netflix.
Make up mind. Fight.
The first step is I have to watch the second.
Make up mind. Fight.
I guess I should probably have his moves set open here. Video. Normal mode, it's quarter circle back AA for road roller. Okay. And then stop time is...
Make up mind.
Don't worry about that one. Dang it. Sorry.
Make up mind. Fight. Make up mind. Fight.
Amazing what you can do when you have the move list open. Okay. Final episode. Okay. So there's no story sections in between fights. I thought there would be, but...
Make up mind. Fight. Make up mind. Fight.
Well, this. Alright, I'll give this a go until we run out of continues here. I think there's 9. I remember that. Interesting. Okay. It's like a gambler guy on the continue screen. So it's different from the adventure mode continue. Does this start you from the beginning? Oh, okay. Interesting.
Make up mind. Fight. Yare yare da ze.
What? Okay. Whew.
Make up mind. Fight.
Dang it.
Make up mind. Fight.
Fuck. Ugh. Almost. 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 Oh, shit. No, this is an OSC. It's either Bob the Interlace or nothing. And I did extensive testing. Years of testing on this. And as far as how quickly and properly resolution changes happen, and overall image quality, this is the best I can get this to look without getting a Framemeister. Man.
Make up mind. Fight.
I can't jump over that? Alright, get him during the taunt. Yes. Woo. Yeah, the OSD thing is recent. The OSD thing is as of about 2 weeks ago. Alright, we beat. Whew. Oh, okay. Let's see the ending. Okay.
もはやリオを止められるものはない。絶対的な恐怖が支配する闇の世界。リオはその野望を実現するまで再び朝日が昇るまでの時を必要とはしない。ザ・ワールド！時を止まれ！
Okay. It's just the same credits roll as the adventure mode. Okay. Well, I think I've seen all I need to see with Jojo, and this is a fantastic game. We'll get into it when we get into the wrap up here, but this game is great. This game is great. There's geez, probably like 14 or so endings according to the extras screen. Plus, there might be an alternate ending to adventure mode depending on which path you take at the end. I don't know. I'm guessing not, because that was probably a lot for them to program. But yeah, this is still a lot of content for this game. And considering how wild the adventure mode is, that's pretty great. Okay. Takashi Fujiwara. What about Takashi? Yeah, the adventure mode is crazy. Like, that could have been just a game in itself. The longest amount of time I spent on a fighting game, if you count Airgites, then... Well, I'm not even sure how long we spent on Airgites. I think we spent at least 3 hours on Airgites, I want to say. Airgites, God Bless the Ring, a Squaresoft published 3D arena fighter. And let me actually pull this up. I got the database open right here, so I can take a look and see how long we played Airgites for. Airgites, we spent 2.5 hours on Airgites. So yes, this is the longest we spent on a fighting game in PSXplosion. Because I think the average time for fighting games has been just over an hour, so this is well over an hour already. Oh, you thought the name is different? Sure. Okay. Thank you for playing. Thank you for making this game, Capcom. This is a hell of a video game. This one. Okay.
Game over.
Game over. AAA is pretty good at video games. It's on all the high score lists. Okay, so unfortunately we can't see what the save icon is, because I'm guessing we still can't save. And it's probably going to be that what that is over there on the left, the dude's face. I'm guessing that's what the icon is. But for whatever reason, it's not letting me save. So rest in peace, all this progress in Jojo. But it's not like I'm going to be playing this again anytime soon, so that's not a big deal. Okay. Alright. So, let's stop the timer there. And go back to this. Okay, so the wrap up for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Move all this stuff out of the way. Turn off the PlayStation. Turn off the TV. Okay. Alright. Yep, pouring out for PlayStation. Set this to PC. Okay. Alright. So, Jojo. As I run over my microphone cord repeatedly. Oh god, it's completely stuck in the chair. I really need to get a wireless system for this. I've been looking online and they're pretty damn expensive, so I might have to build my own wireless system. Okay. I did not use the cheat button at all. I did not press the triangle button. We only lasted like 2 rounds in that. So I'm gonna say no. We did finish it though, so we beat adventure mode and we beat arcade mode. So I'm gonna consider that we beat the game, and I did not use Game Shark. I didn't look up any FAQs. All I had is the manual. And then some backseating. Some liberal backseating. Alright, things I liked. Story was insane. Lots of mini games in adventure mode. Very beginner-friendly combat system. Lots of stuff to unlock. Lots of extras. Great 2D art. I can't really comment on how accurate it was as a JoJo thing. And apparently they skipped through a whole bunch of stuff, so I just won't comment on how accurate it was to the JoJo experience. But it certainly was bizarre. It certainly was. Let's see. So what didn't I like about this game? Let's see. Moveset is a little too simplistic. Let's see. Moveset. Because this is like Virtua Fighter level of moves that you can do. Like there's not a whole lot to the actual moves. There's like in the manual lists like 3 for each character. Plus the supers. Like, that's less than Smash Brothers. So, there's that. But not that I really care, because a combat system that's way too deep I could never get into anyways. So this is a positive and a negative, and I'm just putting it here because I can't think of anything else I did not like about this game, to be completely honest. Yeah, Dio's a jerk, but he is the final boss, and if the final boss I can beat in like within 5 rounds, and I consider that kind of a disappointment, considering how tough fighting game bosses are supposed to be. Especially in a console-specific adventure mode that has unlimited continues. So that's why I'm pretty okay with having some difficulty with the final fights of that. And I'd say the difficulty ramped up pretty well as far as I'm concerned. But we'll get to that here on the next screen. Dank memes, 1 million pricks. Everything about this game, I can summon Peepo anytime I want. Peepo is my stand. Why is there a poker mini game in this fighting game? Special thanks to Manatee. I'm sure there's plenty of other dank memes, but well, that'll do for now. All right, Drum and Bass, absolutely. The extra screen was, and then Ayla Mouse. I'd say that so early, like a third of the way through adventure mode, there was the thing growing on the dude's arm, and that was absolutely an Ayla Mouse. All right, difficulty easy to hard. So I played this on the default settings for everything. So that was difficulty 2 out of 8 in the options menu. I don't know if that affected adventure mode at all. So who knows if that could be made easier or difficult. As far as fighting games go, I think this was an easier fighting game, mostly because the AI, especially in the adventure game early on, they really held your hand, which is nice. I like that. There's limited depth, as far as I can tell, to the like the moveset and potentially combos, where even I could do some stuff just mashing things out. So that's pretty nice. The adventure mode gave you unlimited continues, which was great. And probably one of the harder things about this game, well, one, there was a difficulty with not being able to save, so that was pretty stressful. 2, the QTE mini games. There's like 3 or 4 of those, I think. Those actually were kind of difficult. Like if you don't have great reflexes, I could see that being difficult. And maybe the last third of the game in terms of fights, those actually got pretty tough. Those required at least some degree of skill to get through. But as far as like the fighting genre goes, and thinking back to the other ones, this one was easier, I'd say. Even though the default difficulty was 2 out of 8, that's how I play all the games, is on normal difficulty, unless it's too hard for even that and I turn it down. So that's how I judge difficulty for these. And I'm gonna say this was easier than average. Not like brain dead easy where you can just your way through the entire game. There was a fighting game that was like that. I can't remember what it was, but there was one like that. And this was just slightly harder than that. So we'll say that for that. And then rating 1 to 5. This is probably one of the best fighting games I've ever played. I'm trying to think of a fighting game that I enjoyed more than this. Not only as just a fighting mechanic thing, but the story was fantastic. Usually for anime/manga tie-in stuff, you don't get amazing stories. You just get this like fan fiction, essentially, is what you get. And this really feels like it. This felt cohesive. So I liked the story. I liked how goofy it was. The mini games were amazing. In the adventure mode, like that's something you almost never see. Like there's the Super Smash Brothers series has mini games in their adventure mode, and this one even above that. Like these ones actually kind of made sense thematically with the rest of the story, and they were actually fun to play for a lot of it, which is really neat. I liked the fighting engine. I thought it was beginner friendly, but with depth you can get into. There's a lot of things that you could unlock. It's probably a great 2-player game. And yeah, there really aren't that many downsides for this one. So it should be pretty obvious here that I'm giving this one an easy 5 out of 5. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, hell of a game. I recommend it. Okay, so that'll do it for JoJo. All right, I'm going to step away for a couple minutes here, and then we're going to jump into the end of King's Quest 3. Probably going to be able to beat the game tonight. If I need to, I'll play until like 5, which is 3 hours from now. But I'm pretty sure we're near the end, or very close to it. So I'm going to get things prepared here, and we'll jump into that. Stay tuned. Okay. So let's turn on this while I change over all this stuff. This King's Quest 3 to Air is Human. Okay. Change over this. Alright. King's Quest 3 to Air is Human. So, as always, my, shit. There is a... Uh-oh. There's a speaker tip. An IEM tip caught my ear. Okay, good. I was able to pull it out there. I'll just leave this one out of my ear tonight. How about we do that? Just make sure to get this on there. Okay. We'll just leave that like that tonight, shall we? Okay, so as always, I like to do a thing called Previously on King's Quest 3. Previously. Yep. So it is very easy to fall here. Maybe I should just not mention that anymore. Because every time I do, every single time I do, that happens. Feed Mananin. Feed him. Make food. Give mutton. Use mutton. Uh-oh. What the hell's he doing? Papa Bear found you sleeping in Baby Bear's bed. You are in for it now. Oh. Okay. He throws you down the stairs and then throws you out. And it just eats you. Holy shit. There, that one. That's the one I want. That one where there's fire. What? Hello? Oh, great. Wait. Okay. Oh, we don't need that open. Sure. Okay. So, King's Quest 3, huh? Oh, nice. It's showing the timer thing. Alright, hopefully that clears up in a second here. Alright. There we go. Okay, good. Yeah, we glitched through the bookcase. That happened. That happened. Okay. If you watch the previously that's on my Twitter account, if you look at the clock on it right here, and then match that up with the game, you'll be able to find it just like that. Alright, so where we previously left off... Oh shit, I did it again. Alright, we gotta restart the game. Where we previously left off, we almost have everything we need to mate the turn into cat spell. And we do have everything to do teleportation at random. But I'm not worried about that one just yet. Okay, so so the wizard is still currently asleep, and I'm not sure when he wakes up. But what I'm gonna do is, I figured out since we last played this that I did have the right idea with the cat. What you actually have to do is try multiple times to get the cat. It's RNG. Cat slithers away. This is RNG, apparently. Slips away from your grasp. Nimbly you grab the sea. Look how many tries that took. Look how many tries that took. Now that you have the cat, what are you going to do with it? Get fur. Okay. You managed to pluck some fur before he scratches, leaps from your arms. Stupid cat. Like, look at that bullshit. That's why I assumed that I was doing something wrong and there was some other thing to do to get the cat fur. Or that maybe you had to... what items do I have? Okay, we need to get our items back from in here. So I'm running on the assumption that we still have time before the wizard wakes up. And we can make the cat cookie. Yeah, you don't have to try that much? Yeah. Like, it's crazy. And if I didn't look it up, I would have still run on the assumption that that there was some other way to get the cat fur. So I don't feel bad at all about looking that one up, because that one is actual bullshit. That they made that RNG. Okay. I don't think it is, because I was next to it the whole time. Okay, so we are doing the teleportation spell. So... Or not teleportation. We want the transform another into a cat. So we need to get the mandrake root powder. We have the cat hair. So that is complete. And we have the wand. Once or twice? Well, you saw how many times it took me, so... Oh boy. Maybe it's because I'm playing on a fast computer for the game. Okay, let's make sure. Uh-oh. Well... Okay, well... The wizard is definitely awake. At that point. Hey, guess what? Hey, guess what, guys? We get to catch the fucking cat again. Okay, so we clearly don't have enough time to, Alright, so let's test our theory. Pick up cat. So we're right next to cat. Nimbly, you grab the cat. Okay, well, let's test our theory again here. So, standing next to cat, like right next to him, pick up cat. Slips away. Okay, so that was the third try there. So what if we're like right here? Yeah, it might be the proximity. That you do have to be like right next to the cat to get it to pick up. And it just happens to give you very different messages. Pick up cat. What's a cat fight? That is a network cable. Okay. Get fur. Okay. So now we're gonna have to stash away all that. Okay, so we're gonna have to feed the wizard one more time. So look under bed. Okay, get items. So what do we have left? I think we have the mutton left. Yeah. So if we feed the wizard mutton, and then by the time we get to the next cycle, I guess, with the wizard, get mutton. We won't be needing any of that stuff. So we got one more cycle in the game where we got to deal with Mananin. Alright, so let's go downstairs, and he should be appearing shortly. Because he appeared at like 137 something. And according to my notes, he went to bed at 12:24. So, sure. I'm gonna say he's up at 1:30 something, I guess. Dang. I really wish we were able to make the cat cookie before this next cycle, because that's essentially all we're waiting for the next thing is. Dang. All right, 137.20. Woody and I have awakened, because he's gonna be gone for like half an hour again. So, all right, hold up here. So if we back up, our save to like while he's still sleeping, so like the got all spell ingredients and then back in the house at 128. If I grab the cat here and then make the cat cookie here while he's still sleeping, then we can make the cat cookie and then solve our wizard problem, and then not have to, because it's gonna be like another half an hour of in-game time unless we do this. So I think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go back in time to the 128 save. We're gonna catch the cat. We're gonna make the cat cookie, and then be on our merry way. Oh yeah, there's definitely time. There's absolutely time. We have 10 minutes. We could take our time, because that's all we need to do is just make the cat spell, and then we won't ever have to worry about being on a time schedule ever again in this game once we do that. All right, we want the cat over here because that's gonna be ideal. Okay, pick up cat. Cat. Okay. Get fur. Oh. Okay. So as far as items, we have cat hair. Alright, I'm gonna make sure that we have everything that we need for our cat cookie. So the mandrake root is in the basement. We have the cat hair now, and we bought the fish ore at the store, and we should have it in our inventory. Our fish oil, cursive. Yep. So we got the fish oil in our inventory, so we have everything we need to do to make the cat spell. So let's go do it. And then, unless like the wizard's sleep schedule just magically changes because of this, then that'll be a problem, but I kind of doubt that'll happen. But now that I said it, I'm sure it'll absolutely happen now. Okay. Yeah, fish oil. Fish ore. Sure. Look, cursive is hard. Cursive is difficult. I've never been good at writing, as evidenced by my handwriting that you can see on stream from time to time. Okay. Alright. So, was it mandrake roots? Which we do not have yet, so we need to get that from here. Get jar of mandrake roots. Okay. Alright, let's do magic. So we'll meet that for this because there's spooky magic music. Okay, so according to the book, we're going to be doing transforming another into a cat. We have all the ingredients here. And we just created a cookie that when eaten will turn the victim into a cat forever. It's on page 25 of Magic Book. So let's do it. Turn to page XXV. All right. Utmost care. Every step is critical. Each step must be done in the proper way. All right. Put mandrake roots powder in a bowl. Okay. Put the cat hair in the bowl. You put the ball of cat hair in the mixing bowl. Put 2 spoons of fish oil in bowl. 2, not spawns, spoons of fish oil in bowl. Okay. Stir the mixture with a spoon. Mix the ingredients together. The mixture turns into an oily, disagreeable dough with cat hair sticking out of it. I've seen those. I've had cats before. I know what that is. Put the dough on the table. Scrunching your nose in distaste, you grab the oily dough from the clay bowl and put it on the oaken table. Pat the dough into a cookie. Pushing the palm of your hand on the oily dough, you flatten it until it is in the shape of a cookie. After a bit, the cookie hardens. Okay. Uh-oh. Alright. I was going to save there before we did this, just so that we could get back to this quickly, but I want to see what each of the spell mess-ups looks like. Oh my god, we turned into a cat boy! Wait, so... We turn into a cat boy. Oh, man. Alright, that one's for you, furries. Okay. Let's just do that, because I wanted to do that on... Did I not save before... Oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't save before we did this, because I thought I was going to be able to save. Okay, well. We are way the hell back here. Hey, remember all that stuff that we did? Oh, God. So in order to change the speeds, you can just type in like fast or slow or normal. Pick up cat. Okay. That one took like 6 tries. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that game has some audio for sure. For sure. Are you familiar with the Jojo verse, Aperture? Unlock door. I was not close enough, sure. Yo, is this this is that Sega CD PlayStation game. This is the boat song, isn't it? Shit, what was that game called? Lunar? Lunar. It is. It is Lunar. Amazing. All right.
That star is not to come. Will our dreams fade to nothing?
Okay.
Till the horizon darkens low. We all need to believe there is hope. Is an angel watching closely over me? And can there be a guiding light I've yet to see? I know my heart will guide me by. There's a hole within my soul. What will fill this emptiness inside of me? And am I to be satisfied with
Mandrake, roots, and hair of cats. Mix oil of fish and give a pat. A feline from the one who eats. This appetizing magic treat. Wave the magic wand. Wave the magic wand over the cookie, then take it from the table and carry it with you. Got it. Yeah, that one wasn't amazing, but what's even more amazing is that somebody covered that song. So, you know, give him some credit. You know? Okay, 131. So we made our cat cookie. So we good on that one. Check. So we need to make the sleeping powder again. And I guess we can do the teleport one while we're here. Where was the wand hiding? It was in the room. So the wand was kept in the cabinet in the study, which is 2 rooms above us. And the cabinet is locked. The key for the cabinet is in the wizard's bedroom on top of the closet. And there's no indication that it's there. Unless you look at the closet, I think with it open or something. There's no like pixel that looks different. And then there's also a magic map that's hidden in the same closet. And I got that by opening the closet and then doing the push dresser command, which made him open, like, look behind the clothes for the magic map. So, sure. Sure. Okay, so we're going to have to redo this one. So for this, we need 3 acorns, nightshade juice, and a pouch. So we're gonna need the nightshade juice, assuming we don't already have it. And we do not have it. So get jar of nightshade juice. Okay. Alright, so we still have like 5 more minutes until Wizard wakes up. So, this one is on page 14. I'm not going to show it to you because we already did this one, so I'm just going to mash this one out. Turn page to 14. Alright. Grind the acorns in a order. You actually don't need to be quick with this because time doesn't move while you're in this screen. But we're on a real world clock here because I want to finish this game before the sun comes up because I need to sleep. What's a D? Put the nightshade juice in the bowl. Okay. Stir the mixture with a spoon. Light a charcoal brazier. Oh. Okay. Heat the mixture on the brazier. Okay. Spread the... So if you're wondering why I am redoing this, since I already did this yesterday, I decided to go back to saves so that I could save a cycle, essentially, of wizard business. Soporific sleep. Okay. Wave the magic wand. Okay. Put the sleep powder in the pouch. Okay, good. So now we're done with that. I need to... I guess I probably still have time to... 133. Yeah, I still have time to make the other thing. So the other thing is... Yeah, wizard business. So we already did those two. So we might as well do teleportation at random while we're here. Actually, did I get grains? If I didn't get grains, then I'm not going to bother. I don't see grains on here. So, rip. Alright. Well, let's head back up then. So yeah, the reason why I redid that is because if I continued from where I left off last time, I didn't have enough time to finish what I needed to do to make the cat cookie before the wizard woke up. Because it turned out I only had like 2 minutes left. So this is where the wand is, by the way, right here. You unlock the open cabinet using the brass key, and then you replace the wand so that the wizard doesn't notice it's gone. This is a pretty good remix. Caustic Vapors. I really like the Sonic 1 and 2 music. Sonic 3 not so much. And Sonic 1, 2, and 3 are on the to-do list for casual playthroughs, by the way. Because I don't think I've ever beaten any of those 3 games, and I had those when they came out. Okay, so here we're gonna get the porridge. And we're going to get the cookie. So you can't just give the wizard the cookie. We actually have to spike his porridge, because if he says, Woody and I'm hungry, and you just give him a cookie, he's gonna slap you, because that's not enough for his food. So you actually need to disguise the cookie. Put cookie in porridge, because you can't easily hide the cookie in anything else. So the porridge conceals the crumbled cookie. It still looks as appetizing as ever. So this will solve our wizard problems. Alright, so now we're killing time. Seen the arcade version of the game before, huh? Hey, porridge is fine. Apparently, like you can get fancy porridge that is that's amazing. Apparently, I don't think I've ever had porridge myself. Like I've had oatmeal a whole lot, but the porridge, I'm not sure. Sure. Okay, so I think according to my notes, the wizard wakes up at 1:37:20. So we still got 2 minutes here. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, there's nothing that's contraband here. We can take a look at our poison porridge. Careful when you crumble the cat cookie in the porridge. It looks just like a plain bowl of porridge. What happens if... Alright, hold up. Okay, so we still need to go do the spider thing. So we'll do that after this. So I'm curious what happens if we eat porridge. So we save there. Some cat hair sticks to your teeth. Do we turn into a cat boy again? Wait, you just die? You just die? We don't turn into a cat. Interesting. Huh. Weird. So I did that on purpose. I thought we would turn into the cat boy like we did down in the magic basement, but interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so the wizard should be up shortly. But yeah, as far as the King's Quest, can we feed the cat? Alright. Give cat porridge. Use porridge on cat. Yeah. Doesn't work. Rip. Can we kick this cat? Haha, miss me. Just wait till I catch you on the steps. Don't kick cats in real life. We can do it in video games, though. Because this one deserves it. Okay, good. Have you been abusing my cat? Alright, he's ravenous. Alright, now we good. We didn't get that prompt last time when he woke up. Alright. I'm patiently waiting for his food. Stomach rumbles. You better feed him quickly. Well, I got just the thing for you, wizard. Alright. Feed him porridge. Feed wizard porridge. Place food on the dining table for the hungry wizard. Ravenously, he devours every bit of it. Can we move? Nope. You fooled him. Mananan didn't realize the porridge was tainted and ate the whole bowl. Alright. We're free. We don't have to worry about schedules. Okay. Can we kick the cat? You better get on with your quest. Oh, okay. Doesn't even let us kick the cat. There's probably plot reasons for that. Okay, so now we can do everything at our leisure. So looking at things that I did before, so it looks like I need to get the stone of unusual color. I need to go back to the Turn whiz into cat. And we don't have to make note of times anymore because it's no longer relevant. So let's get the items. And then we need to go deal with our spider problem. I need to go to the shop and get the grain of rice. Get items. Okay, so we got all of our possessions. Good. So look map. Alright. So we need to go here to the store. We need... It's rice, I think? What's a rice? What is a rice? There's, could have sworn we get it from the store. Grains, that's what it is. Yep. Salt. Oh, it's salt grains. I thought it was soft. Buy salt. That's what it is. Okay. 1 gold coin. And that's all we need. Okay. Alright. So we already did the thing where we did the thing with the brigands. So we need to go here. We need to dip feather in essence. Is it dip eagle feather? Okay. Alright, then we need to take care of our spider problem. Got him. So I stumbled into this solution last time we were playing. I was so tired. I was at the end of my rope for as far as like this game's bullshit. So I just warped here and I was like, hey, let's try turning into an eagle. And then that happened. So that's how I figured that one out. Just random ass luck is how I got that one. Okay, and then inside the cave is the Oracle. Cave of the Oracle, almost afraid to speak. And this is where we hear our mission for the back half of the game. We'll let the spooky music play out. Oracle remained silent for a long time. Finally, you hear a hollow voice that seems to come from far away. I've been waiting for you a long time, Gwydion. I have sorrowful news for you. Years ago, a terrible 3-headed dragon invaded Daventry and keeps the people in a state of terror. This monster requires once a year the sacrifice of a young maiden. Sadly, your own sister, Princess Rosella, is the chosen one this year. Time is running out for her, your parents, and Daventry. Look at that amazing animation. You, Gwydion, the hollow voice continues, are the only one who can save them, but you must hurry. I have something to give you, a small stone of amber. Use it wisely, my friend. And then that's all they got to tell us. The Oracle goes silent again, seems to fall into a deep sleep. You tend to thank the Oracle, but the Oracle does not respond. Okay. And then we get control again. So, that is our stone of unusual something or other for teleportation at random. So we now have our spoonful of salt. We already had the dried mistletoe. We got that from a different screen. And we now have our smooth rounded stone. So we might as well go back to the house here. The game's probably still going to make me, still going to make us do this. So, luckily we're not on any sort of time crunch here, but I still want to do this fast, because again, I want to be done with this game before the sun comes up. Okay. So the, by the way, I didn't mention this at the end of Jojo, but the next PSXplosion game is Kodelka, which is a 4-disc PS1 RPG. It's part of the Shadow Hearts series on PS2, if you're familiar with that series. And those are all pretty long RPGs in their own right. And I've heard Kodelka is pretty damn good, so I'm looking forward to playing that one. You ever hear one of the 10 speaking? Last batch of chicks. We haven't heard this yet. My poor babies are doing so well, just teaching them the proper methods of scratching when that old rascal came out and took them away. Where do you think he took them? I hate to think the distraught mother had heard them peeping as they carried off. Okay. Very important dialogue there. Alright. I guess we can keep the magic wand with us too. Door. Yeah, everything that I've seen about Kodelka points to the game being pretty cool. And I really enjoyed Shadow Hearts of the Shadow Hearts that I played. I never beat 1 or 2, but I got very far into both of those, and I haven't played the third Shadow Hearts, the From a New World yet. I've seen bits and pieces of the Shadow Hearts From a New World, because I remember LCC speedran it, and I watched some of that. So I know of that game, but I've never played it. Okay. So we did this. More magic. Okay. So, teleportation at random is... This is a random teleport spell that if we just rub the stone, it will teleport us away somewhere. Remain alert. It might put you in danger. Power the charm. Persist as long as you retain the stone. Sure. So this is on page 7. And here's the instructions. Let's do it. Turn to page 7. Alright, spooky music. Yep. Grind a spoon of salt in a mortar. Mistletoe in the mortar. Placing the dried sprig of mistletoe in the stone mortar, you crush it with the pestle. Soon you have a crushed mixture of salt and mistletoe in the mortar. You remove the pestle and lay it aside. Rub the stone in the mixture. Oh. Rub the stone in the mixture. You place the beautiful amber stone in the stone mortar. Okay. Very carefully, so as to not miss a single spot, you rub the amber stone around in the mixture of ground salt and mistletoe. When you have finished, you remove the amber stone and discard the remaining powder. Okay. Kiss the stone. This is a step. Smack. Alright, let's see what the mess up is for this. Strange feeling comes over you. Oh, jeez. So we're getting telefragged here, it looks like. Oh, baby. Alright, so I did that on purpose, so that I'm not counting it as a death. Okay. Turn to page 7. Yep, you missed the catification. Okay. It's too bad we can't see that until we get to the incantation part. So I have to do all this again. Okay. Mistletoe in the mortar. Okay. Rub the stone in the mixture. Okay. Kiss the stone. Smack. Okay, recite this verse. With this kiss, comma, I thee impart, comma, power most dear to my heart. Period. Take me now from this place hither, comma, from this place thither to another place far thither. Sure. Wave the magic wand. Wave the magic wand over the encrusted amber stone. Successfully completing it, you look again. Okay. Alright. So that is teleportation done. So we did those two. We did those two. We did that. So we have Brewing a Storm and we have Becoming Invisible. And it looks like we have all the parts for that too. And this one too, maybe. I think I have the Spoonful of Mud. I'm not sure where the empty jar is, or if we have it. Do we have an... We do have an empty jar. Okay, so we got that now, and we do have the mud. Okay, Spoonful of Mud we have. We do have the empty jar, and we have a wand. So we're good on this. We are good on this. So, let's save again. And... this one is... So this is a... Brewing up a storm? Yeah, Brewing a Storm is this one. You have mixed a potion that you can use to brew a storm. To activate the spell, stir the storm brew with your finger under sight. Brew storms, turn it up. Outside, a storm will occur. And then you can clear it up manually yourself. So this is on page LXXXIV. I don't even know what the hell that number would be. So let's do it. Alright, turn page to LXXXIV. So this is kind of the copy protection of the game, in a way. Like, if you don't have the manual for this, like, good luck guessing that that's the page for this spell, and that those are the words you need to do, and all that. Okay, put a cup of ocean water in bowl. Carefully you pour the cup of ocean water into the mixing bowl. Okay. Light a charcoal brazier. Okay. Making sure there's fresh charcoal in the brazier. You light it with the flint. Soon the brazier is hot. Heat the bowl on the brazier. Being cautious not to burn yourself, you gently place the bowl of ocean water on the hot charcoal brazier. You watch as the salt water slowly warms and begins to steam. You remove it just before it boils. Okay. Put a spoon of mud in the bowl. Okay. Adding a spoonful of mud to the hot ocean water, you slowly stir the mixture. The mud turns the water a cloudy brown. Okay. Add a pinch of toadstool powder. I'm not sure if I have the toadstool powder in my inventory. Okay, and this is going to mess up, I think. Yep, okay. So it just rains and lightnings on him forever. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. Okay, that one was a legit screw up, so. Whoops. Toadstool powder. Okay. Okay. Turn page to LXXXIV. Alright, so I'm gonna jam through these quickly. Put a cup of ocean water in bowl. Light a charcoal brazier. Okay. Heat the bowl on the brazier. Okay. Oh. Put a spoon of mud in the bowl. Okay. Add a pinch of toadstool powder. Okay. You put just a pinch of toadstool powder in the bowl of hot brown liquid. Okay. Blow into the hot brew. Leaning over the hot brew, you forcefully blow your longest breath of air into the bowl, whirling the brew around and around. Okay. Elements from the earth and sea, comma. Combine to set the heavens free, period. When I stir this magic brew, comma, great God Thor, comma, I call on you. No period? Maybe period? I think there's a period. Wave the magic wand. You wave the magic wand over the bowl of hot brown liquid. Pour the storm brew into the jar. Waiting until the liquid is cooled, you carefully pour the storm brew into an empty glass jar. Successfully spell. We did it. Whew, okay. Alright. We did that, so we have one more spell to do, it seems. So that one is complete. And the last one should be turning invisible. Yep, becoming invisible. Alright. So it is Toad Spittle is what we need. So let's grab that. Okay, so we got the Toad Spittle. Sure. And then... So there's all the directions for that. So there is still the cactus juice, but I'm sure we have that already. Squeeze the cactus juice on spoon. Sure. All right, so this is for a magic ointment that will allow us to turn invisible, but beware the ointment only works in a place where there's both fire and mist. Sure. To cast the invisibility spell, rub the ointment on your body. You'll be invisible for a short while. You have enough for one application. Sure. CLXIX. Sure. Sure. Okay. Just to save, well, I've saved a whole lot. You can see right here. I have last saved less than a minute ago. 55 saves, so we good. Alright, turn page to CLXIX. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can just fail this one immediately. Cut the cactus with finger. Okay. What are you gonna wear? Okay, so he's just invisible. Alright, good night, Hidden. Have a good one. Okay. That is that one. Okay, let's do this one for real. Turn page to CLXIX. Alright. Cut the cactus with a knife. Oh, that's what we need the knife for. I was wondering. Using your kitchen carving knife, you cut a gash in the small cactus. Juice begins to drip. Squeeze the cactus juice on spoon. Grabbing one of the measuring spoons from the oaken table, you grasp the slit cactus in your hand and squeeze it until you have a spoonful of cactus juice. The small cactus is quite devoid of liquid now, so you toss it away. So this is weird. This is weird. So for some reason, the ingredients call for one cactus, and it also calls for cactus juice. And that really messed me up, because I was thinking that we needed a cactus, and then we also needed some other cactus adjacent thing. And that really messed me up. Like I probably should have read the directions on that page, because that would have cleared it up immediately. But I was assuming that there was another completely separate cactus item we had to get when I was out looking for your ingredients. Okay. So we did that. Rip cactus. So put the cactus juice in a bowl. Carefully add the cactus juice to the bowl. Put the lard in the bowl. You scrape the lard in the mixing bowl and keep the now empty jar nearby to store your finished formula. Okay. Add 2 drops of toad spittle. What's a spittle? Spittle. Luckily, it doesn't mess up there. Cautiously pour the 2 drops of toad spittle into the bowl. Okay. Stir the mixture with a spoon. Using one of the stirrers lying on the table, you mix the lard, cactus juice, and toad spittle until it's smooth and blended. Alright, and now we get to the reciting. Cactus, plant, and horny toad. No comma. I now start down a dangerous road. Okay. Combine with fire and mist to make me disappear without a trace. None of that rhymes. Usually these rhyme, but sure. Okay. Wave magic wand. You wave the magic wand. Put ointment in the empty lard jar. You scoop the invisibility ointment out of the clay bowl and return it to the lard jar. Successfully completing the spell, and that's it. It's now cool brazier, and that should be it for making magic. That is, that's the end of our spell book. So we should be fully equipped now to advance the game here. Okay. So we still need the spell book open because we have to so we haven't even used the deep sleep yet. Let's see. Yeah, we haven't used deep sleep yet. We haven't used brewing a storm yet, and we haven't used invisibility yet. And I don't think I'm ever gonna use the teleport spell because why? Why? All right. So I guess I can just teleport out of here. So the next spot on the map that probably has that looks promising is maybe there's something new at the town now. Like maybe there's something to do with the pier. So we need to escape this place and make our way back to Daventry because that's kind of our next quest. Is we got to save our sister Rosella from the dragon. And hey, there's a ship here now. Okay, so maybe we got to stow aboard the ship, perhaps. You politely speak to the old sailor on the docks. In response, he growls, "Quit your yammering, boy. I ain't got no time for you. I gotta keep the trespassers away from this here jolly boat." Okay. So we gotta stow aboard this ship. So can we jump on the back of it here? Jump to ship. Can we fly onto the ship? Dip, eagle, feather in essence. Alright, can we eagle our way onto the ship? Oh, geez, we can... Shh, you're flying. Oh, alright. I don't think that's gonna work. Okay, what about, dip wings in essence? Alright, so what if we're a fly? Can we fly our way past here? No. Doesn't look like it. Okay. So looking at our spell list here. So we can brew a storm. We can cause a deep sleep. So this guy can do... We can make him in a deep sleep, but it's got to be in a dank, dark place. And this is in broad daylight, so that's probably not happening. So maybe we can become invisible and sneak past him? Maybe? Turn invisible. It only works in a place where there's both fire and mist. So yeah, probably nothing doing there. This is the important thing here. That's unreadable if I do that. So both fire and mist. That's important. And then this can only be done in... so brewing a storm. To activate it, we need to do that. Outdoors, a rainstorm will occur. Okay, so maybe... Yeah, this was on the back of the box. Okay, so I'm going to try brewing a storm here and see if, like, the guy runs back inside and we can run after him. Alright, so stir, storm, brew. So we have the storm brew. Dirty brown storm brew slashes around. Okay, maybe it's brew of storms. Churn it up. Stir brew? Stir jar of brew. Stir jar of storm brew. Use brew. Use storm brew. I do have it. But wait, stir storm brew with finger. Okay. Brew of storms. Churn it up. Alright, dark storm clouds begin to gather around you until you're enveloped by them. You hear loud reports of thunderclaps and lightning flashes frighteningly close. Okay. Do I get on the boat like this? So I'm on the boat, I think, right now. And then... brew of storms. Clear it up. That... Okay, maybe we have to make this guy fall asleep. Alright, I'm gonna restore this. Huh. Alright, so the sleep powder... We can try the sleep powder. Causing a deep sleep. You now mix a powder that casts a deep sleep spell. So, pour sleeping powder on ground. Okay. Then recite slumber henceforth. Okay, but the spell does not... 8 spells require... Okay, so it's not that. I I can't believe being a fly didn't do anything. Okay, so next thing to try. So we're gonna talk to the pirate again. So he just says scram. Yeah, sometimes being a wizard sucks. Open. So we're gonna go to the tavern and maybe there's pirates here. Aha! The rowdy seamen. Alright. Talk to men. Sailors peer at you through bleary eyes and continue swilling their rum. One looks like the captain pauses and slurs. Hey, me bucko, you be wanting passage from a ship? What you running from? Ain't no matter, as long as you got gold. Let's see how much you got. Show gold. Use gold. Give gold. As you bring out the purse, Captain snatches it from you. Hey lad, sees you have a wee bit of gold. That's be regular fare, gives you passage anyways. We'll be waiting for you at the wharf, but not for long. Okay, well, that solves our ship problem. Oh, geez, and then they just disappear. Okay. I assume I still have the sleeping powder, right? I do not. I used up the sleeping powder, so we need to load our save. Yeah, sleep powder. Okay. So I was about to advance the plot there, and then I remembered, hey, this is the same save that I used the sleeping powder. Give gold. Okay. Yeah, one of those. We would have been soft locked. Okay, so we still have Storm Brew, we have the sleeping powder. And the invisibility. So we good on all that. So getting on pirate ship. Okay. So new save. Alright, don't fall off the gangplank. Gangplank's drawn in, Captain shot to his men. Take his things and put him in the old until he figures out what to do with him. Sneaking suspicion that you made a big mistake. These are pirates. Alright, so if we're in the hold, that's probably a deep dank place. A dark dank place. Nothing like a little soul there to perk up a boy's spirits. All things being equal, you might have enjoyed this ocean voyage. However, you have found your accommodations to be slightly less than satisfactory. Okay. So, sure. Alright, you're in the dank cargo hold of the pirate ship. With caution, you look around the dim surroundings. So it's dank and dim down here, so there's a criteria met. Mostly you see stacks of wooden crates. Looking upward, you notice a rope ladder dangling partway through an opening in this hold ceiling. The ladder is directly over the largest crate. So we probably have to push the crates to get there. Ship. Alright, is there anything back here? There's rats. Okay. You know the pirates buried treasure? Okay. What about it? Well, I just heard the captain talking about it with one of his men. He said it was buried... Let me see if I can remember. He said it was buried near a lone palm tree. Okay. Alright. Lone palm tree. Walk 5 paces to the east. 5 paces east. And then dig. Okay. Got it. 1440p only. Huh. Maybe refresh the player page? I don't know if I'm having connection problems to YouTube. Let's see. Stream health. It says it's excellent for me, so it's Probably just a YouTube thing, I'm guessing. Alright. Too bad we can't do anything about it. Uses the other mouse. Sure. Okay, so we probably have to move this, move the box. Get box. What's the delay? There's variable delay on YouTube. So there's normal latency, there's low latency, and there's ultra low latency. Normal latency is like 30 to 40 seconds. Crate. Put down box. Climb box. Jump. Jump onto box. Okay. Climb crates. Jump onto crates. Okay. So what happens if I jump onto crate? Okay, huh. So yeah, there's the normal latency is 30-40 seconds. There's low latency, which is, let's say 15 to 20. And then ultra low latency is like 5 to 10. But the problem with ultra low latency is that it causes the stream to buffer, which is not good. This is, speaking of not good, this puzzle. I'm trying to just move in place in this get box. Okay, maybe if I do it over here. Put down box. Where even is the crate? Jump onto box. Jump onto crate. What? Huh. Climb onto crates. Why don't you try jumping? I tried jumping. Come on, game. So hitting any directional button. Maybe I gotta push the crate over? Alright, let me... Maybe I gotta push that crate. Too large to... Okay. So whatever we're doing, it has to be here. Yeah, we could do the hop the whole time, and it's not in any of the actions. So yeah, that's one of the differences between King's Quest 1, 2, and 3. 1, it gave you duck, swim, and jump. 2 gave you swim, I think? And then this one just gives you nothing. But you can still do it. Like, maybe we can duck? What's a duck? Alright, well. Be that way, King's Quest. Maybe it's not that way. Alright, is there any items we can... Okay, we have no items. Great. Can we look... Nailed shut, no means of opening them. Okay. So... So whatever we need to do here, it's in this room. So if we put down the box, like right here in this corner... Okay. Jump onto box. So if you do any sort of movement at all on top of the box, he steps down from it. Jump to crate. Just jump to ladder? Maybe we can reach the ladder from here? Like, it looks like we shouldn't be able to reach the ladder unless we're on... Like, I've been trying to get to here. But maybe I've been approaching this wrong. maybe I need to put the small box underneath the rope ladder, and then maybe we can grab it. Get box. Like, maybe we need to be right here, and then put down box. And then jump onto box. Oh, my keys are coming off my keyboard. And then jump. Jump to ladder. No. Jump to crate. Jump forward to crate. So we were able to get to... We were able to get to the crate at the bottom of the screen. So that was something, but... And then jump to crate. So we can get up here, and then maybe it's jump to ladder from up here? There we go. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, this perspective is not amazing. Got to ladder. Okay, so now, from here, what can we do? I'm gonna set the speed normal. Okay. Okay, alright, that works. That works, that works. Alright, so we got the captain's cabin here. Look curious around. At a porthole, you see the swell of the ocean. The device returning the ship's rudders on the floor. Rope ladder extends up the opening in the ceiling. Okay. So I'm guessing if I... Alright, we'll just save here. Sure. So what happens if we push rudder? Push... What is... Push wheel? Device. Use device. Use rudder? Maybe this thing is not, Alright, I'll just leave that be for now. Okay, is there anything we can do in here? Cabin doesn't want you snooping in his quarters. Okay, I can't move here. I'll not tolerate you snooping around my quarters. If I catch you in here again, you'll walk the plank. Okay. Is there anything different here now that we did that? No. Okay. Is there anything different? Jump onto box. Jump onto crate. Jump to ladder. Is there anything different up here now? The captain is not in there right now. Alright, perfect. Okay. So maybe that's what we wanted to do. Was get caught by the captain and do that again. So I have a feeling all of our stuff is inside the chest here. Open chest. Look in chest. Okay, so we got all of our items back. Let's hide that. Captain's cabin, bit tidy. Yep, again. There's a bunk with a chest. Is a desk with a chart. Okay, maybe we can... Oh, shit. Uh-oh. The plank for ya. Uh-oh. We're walking the plank. It's like when the crew rooting for the shark. Alright. So it looks like we gotta be quick in getting our items back and then leave. So open chest. So I'm assuming there's nothing else we can get in the cabin here. Get items. Close chest, and then we need to get the hell out of there. So let's see what's back here. Remember, spotted you. You need to run. Okay. Get shovel. Okay, we got the shovel. Yeah, this RNG is something else. Ship's lifeboat. Open doorways at either end of the compartment. Okay. So what's back here? Average pirate sleeps. The bunks are comfortable. Okay, so there's nothing of importance there. The lifeboat might be important at some point, but not gonna worry about it. So the let's just say we got our items and we got our shovel. Very important. So let's climb this and see what is up here. Nice, cheeky. Yeah, but good old King's Quest deaths. Alright, so we got something over there. I'm not sure what that is, but okay. So we're going up to the crow's nest. Okay. So I have a feeling we need to brew a storm, perhaps? And I bet that are you shitting me? I had to stop and move over, apparently. Amazing. So if you try to move over on this, he just falls off. Okay, so now he... Sure. So on this one, I'm just gonna go straight up. And then the next one... Sure. Yeah, solar panels on the roof. So this is like a staircase, but even more precarious, it seems. Alright, so I have a feeling up in the crow's nest, we need to... Oh, shit. So I'm not sure if this is RNG or not. I don't know if this is RNG, if we need to be up there, because... So here's my thinking, is that we have this... we have the storm brew right now. So I'm thinking in order to escape the boat, we probably need to... create a storm on the deck of the ship to sink this, and then we also need to get in the escape boat, the lifeboat, and then take that to Daventry. So I'm also curious if we can get off the ladder on the screen up here. Like if I hit right? Okay, yes. So we can do that. So what is in here? The chef. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So let's see. So we're on the poop deck. I think this is called the poop deck on ships. So what happens if this guy catches us? What do you think, Yipta boy? Oh, geez. Okay. Well, that's what happens. Well, as far as I'm concerned, this is the poop deck. Okay, so that's a no-go, I'm guessing. So we still have the... Alright, what happens if we climb down this? Will not let me use this? Okay. They didn't make a climbing animation for that one, I guess. Okay. So there's a lifeboat underneath. Oh, shit. Alright. Get wrecked, pirate. Can't get us. Uh-oh. He's pathing over. Oh, no. Oh, well, this works. Okay. That didn't work. I'm not sure what we can do on the poop deck. Alright, I'm gonna try brewing a storm here. So that was... So we need to stir the storm brew with our finger. Stir storm brew with finger. Okay. Brew of storms. Churn it up. Aha, okay. And that sinks the ship? Your storm has backfired. Well, that did something. That had an effect, but not the one I wanted. Okay, maybe we have to be in the lifeboat first. So, I'm gonna load this one. So we need to go back down here. We need to drop down onto there. Okay. Alright, so I think we need to do something with the lifeboat. Oh wait, that was above us. Duh. Okay. So we need the pirate to not be here. Okay. Look boat. Empty and uninteresting. Get in boat. Turn over boat. Okay, what if we stir storm brew with finger? What if we make the storm here? Brew of storms. Churn it up. Alright, is this any different? Yeah, that's how you get rid of pirates. That's how it works. Seems your storm is backfired. Okay, so we got the same effect as before. It seems. Okay. I can't believe this would be on the poop deck, and we still haven't found a use for our potion of deep sleep yet. Like, I get I have the suspicion we could turn into a fly, and we could do that to kind of explore. Let's do that. Let's dip wings in essence. And fly our way over here. Like, maybe there's something at the captain's desk that we need? Or the map? How... what? Oh, so the captain's out on the balcony. Okay, so that's the only thing here. That's the captain's cabin. All right, what if we go up? Nothing. Okay. They're in. All right, what if we eagle our way here? Our 2 FPS eagle. So that's just that. And I'm assuming there's... Is there anything above us? No. Uh-oh. I went down a screen and suddenly... Interesting. Yeah, the range of the sleep potion. Well, I'm pretty sure the sleep potion... So, I'm pretty sure it can only be used in the... down here. It's got to be in a dank place. A dank and dark place. Yeah, like where'd the boat go? Exactly. Like maybe it's got to be used on the rats, and then you get one of the rats, and the rats are not here anymore. We need the rats to spawn. I need a rat for reasons. There they are. Okay. So put sleep powder or sleep powder on ground. Okay. And then, because the game said that the rats were too quick for us to pick up, so I'm assuming that means that we need to put them to sleep before we get them. And then it's slumber henceforth. Oh, it goes over the whole ship. Okay. Yeah, it's over the whole ship. Interesting. Alright, I can't move right now. Wait a second. Who's steering the ship, you ask? I still can't move. Unfortunately, there's no reply. With no one to steer the ship, you're doomed to drift at sea forever. What? Okay, well that was something. So huh. Huh. Oh. What the hell are we going to do about this problem now? Do we need to, like, lock this... Alright, what if we steer ship? What's a steer? Oh, huh. Interesting. I wonder if this is a real-time thing, where or we just have to wait like 10 minutes for the ship to get to Daventry, maybe. Either that, or we just teleport away. I'm not sure which direction the ship's going. I think this is Daventry down here. That is... Alright, let's head to the right. I have a feeling this is probably not going to end well. This is probably not how you're supposed to do this. Okay, we can't look at the map now. Yeah, it's the desert all over again, or it's King's Quest 2 all over again. Alright, what about fastest? You've reached the limits of your strength, you panic and start to struggle. Oh. Alright, well that answers that question, I guess. Okay, so... So, something about steering the ship. What the heck can we do about this particular problem? What happens if I drop down here? Okay, so that just does that. Okay, so of our magic that we currently have, so we have causing a deep sleep, and that dooms the ship if we use that. Teleport at random. I'm still not sure if this is going to be any use to us. I guess I could try it. Brewing a storm, that sinks the ship if we use that. So I'm not sure about that one. And then becoming invisible, this one will only work if there's both fire and mist around. So that one's out of the picture for now. Interesting. So I guess I can try looking at the captain's cabin again. So there's got to be something in the desk, maybe. You gaze at the captain's desk. Writing implements. Open the drawer or two. There's nothing of interest along charts. Okay. So there's this down here in the corner as well. That maybe there's something in there. So it's not even giving me the error message or the you're not close enough message. So I'm assuming I can't open the drawers here. Yeah, we haven't been able to get to the kitchen yet either. I don't think there's a good way to get to the near side of the screen, because maybe the cook doesn't bother you if you're on the near side. Like it's only letting me do anything there, and I don't think we can like juke out the cook, but it all right, let's just load the poop deck save here. Like, it might be RNG that the cook's in here, but I have a feeling the cook is in here all the time. Yeah, he's just in here all the time. So I don't think we can deal with our cook problem. Maybe if we're in fly mode, like if I pre-enter the fly code and we freak him out or something. So we have understanding the language of creatures, fly like an eagle, or a fly. Invisibility ointment. So maybe we have to cast the sleep spell while we're next to the rudder at the ship, and then we just there's a different scene that plays out there, perhaps. Another thing that I did not try is using the magic map over here. I have a feeling trying to shank the pirates is not going to end well. Okay, so this clearly doesn't work either. Okay. So what if we do the sleep spell right here? Can we lock rudder? So a device for turning the ship's rudder is set in the floor. Turn rudder. Move rudder. So it doesn't even know what a rudder is. Turn device? What's a device? Okay, so now I'm thinking to try the storm brew, or no, the sleep powder. Steer ship? Let's try that one. What's steer? Can't do that. Okay. So I'm gonna try causing a deep sleep here. So we're going to pour sleep powder on ground. And then slumber henceforth. This place does not meet the requirements. Okay, so that tells us that will not work. Not on the poop deck. So it has to be cast in the hold of the ship. So maybe the crow's nest is RNG that the guy is up there? Like, that's my thinking, is that the guy up here... Oh, shit. Alright, let's just load this save while we're here. Ship's wheel? Yeah, usually it's for fuck's sake, it's not horizontal. But sure. Yeah, we tried wheel. Alright, I'm gonna make a separate save here. Ladder. Okay. So I'm curious if look, crow's nest. Crow's nest perched atop the mast. Curiously, gaze up at it. You cannot see into it. So... Whoa, why couldn't I... What? No way. I refuse to accept that one. Alright, is this RNG? Alright, that will say that's a death. I'm not sure. So this is a problem with this game. I'm not sure which things are random and which aren't. Like, is that guy only up there sometimes? Is he up there all the time? Is the cook in there all the time? Like, this is... Stuff like this is pretty infuriating. I'm going to do a look around in here and see if there's... Large iron stove, pots, pans, there's a long dining table. Okay, but I don't see anything usable here. Okay. Upper deck of the pirate ship. Ladder leads to the lower deck. So maybe there's something that we haven't seen on one of the screens over here. So if we go south, we cannot go south from here. Okay. So we can only go this way. Okay. The lower deck has no railing. Okay. Very unsafe workspace here for the pirates. So nothing we can do here. You better run, that uncouth character's after you. But he can't get me because pathfinding. Haha. Let's see. The forward mast is slightly shorter. Okay. What about the lifeboat? Nope. Disappears. Okay. Wooden ladder leads to the upper deck. Oh, the wooden ladder isn't even on screen. Finding no response. So I'm not sure if this area up here, if that's like a different screen or what. All right, what if we dip wings in essence? Will this guy freak out? The pirate is so terrified that he cannot move. Okay. Alright, so what if we have to change back into our regular form. So fly be gone, myself return. Fly be gone, myself return. Okay, find a safe place to land. Alright, does the pirate keep chasing us after we turn back? Magic essence is all gone. And then the pirate chases us again. Alright, well the pirate wasn't that freaked out. Okay, is there anything over here? Nope. Can't climb the mast. Aha. Alright, can we escape the pirate this way? Alright, eat shit, pirate. Haha. Okay, I'm not sure what we can do here. Oh man, a Hellmarch remix. I don't think that gave me any points. Yeah, it didn't, and it used up our essence. So... Huh. So what haven't we tried yet? We have Sleep Powder, Eagle Feather, Storm Brew. Like, I still can't shake the feeling that this is a wait until we arrive at port thing. Like if we look at the map, so the ship is no closer to any of the two ports than it was before. Dang it, I don't think we're beating this tonight. Jojo took too long. Yeah, we're really running out of places to look and things to do on the ship here. I'm pretty sure there's... like... well, those are clearly shields on the side. Yep, we're on the ship and I'm currently... I think I'm stuck. So I've already tried using the Brewer Storm, and all it did was sink the ship and give me a game over. I tried the put him to sleep spell in the hold, and that was also game over because there was nobody to steer the ship. So maybe I need to wait until the captain returns to his room. Okay, so there's the captain. So what if the captain... Perfect. What if the captain, like, I need to wait for him to go to bed or something? And then let's just do that. If I wait for the captain to go to bed, and then maybe the sleep spell doesn't affect him, and then he steers the ship. Maybe that's a thing? I'm still not sure what the hell to do with this, Okay, what if we sleep until we get to the port? Maybe that will advance time until we get to the port? Sleep in bunk. There's these bunks, yeah. Is there... No use, okay. Yeah, there's nothing here for that. There's this boat. I did turn into a fly on top of the ship, but it didn't do anything constructive. I have a feeling this has something to do with the captain. Like, maybe I need to cast a spell when I know he's at his desk? So there's this rope thing attached to the... So this has me thinking... Oh. Well, there we go. It's exactly what I was thinking before. Okay. We found the land hoe. Alright, so now we're gonna cast the... the deep sleep. Deep sleep is what we want. So, pour powder on... Oh. Pour sleep powder on ground. And we gotta say slumber henceforth. As sleep spell takes effect, silence suddenly descends over the ship. Okay. Can we move? Yeah, okay. So there isn't any... Jump onto... box. Jump onto crate. Jump onto ladder. So yeah, it's... What happened was kind of what I suspected, that it was a timer thing. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, alright, we're good. We're good. And then what? So now what? Do we have to sink the ship? We have to create a storm to sink the ship, maybe? Alright, let's see if this guy's asleep. Yeah, it just works out that the captain was in bed. Alright, there's the cook. The galley, large iron stove, pots, pans, barrels, long dining table. Okay. Sure. Alright, so now we can go through this door. I'm not sure what this does for us, but we can at least go through the door now. And yeah, that did a whole lot of nothing. Okay, can we go up to the crow's nest? Yep, what do you know? A whole lot of no progress. Okay, there's a guy sleeping up here. Just for old time's sake. Okay, what about the rear balcony? Actually, I'm gonna look at the magic map. Where's the map say we are? Okay, so that is Daventry there. Okay. Wait, it put me back over here? Oh. Sure. Is there... Okay. So what happens if we... The aft end of the ship. To the east, you see what might be land. Okay, to the east is land. So, what if we... Aft. What if we brew a storm here? Stir, storm, brew with finger. Okay. Brew of storms. Churn it up. Storm is backfired. Okay. So clearly we're not... Jump off ship. Jump in water. Climb over the railing, change your mind as field might be unsafe. Well, okay. Swimming peacefully, okay. Wonder what this, oh, that must be a lamp that's above his bed. Okay. So maybe something's different on the front part of the ship now over here. If we climb down this thing. Okay. Fast asleep. Can we search pirate? Is it lost? I don't know. Okay, well, we know that the land is to the east, so if we dip eagle feather in essence. So if we head east, we know that there's land to the east, right? Alright, so we're on fast speed. Aha! Alright, so if we unturn from an eagle, it is... Eagle be gone, myself return. Eagle be gone, myself return. Okay. Alright, so we know that the buried treasure is on the screen. Alright, our magic essence is all gone. Alright, I'm gonna save here. Desert Island. This might be a soft lock, so I'm making a new save here. So according to the rats in the hold of the ship, the buried treasure is at the lone palm tree. It's 5 paces to the east, and then we dig. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right here. Dig. I see a chest there. Uncovered a small chest. You remove it from the hole and open it. Inside you find precious gems and ingots of gold and silver. Close the chest and take it and the contents with you. Okay. So we got the chest. So now what? Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Okay. Oh boy. All right. So interesting. Luckily we have an auto map feature here. At the foot of a high snowy mountain range, a cliff looms before you with a tricky path winding its way up a steep face. Okay. Okay. So it looks like we need to get to the north center of that quadrant that we're in. I'm not sure how we do that. I wonder if we have to sink the pirate ship, but we can't. Or maybe we can. Ah, whatever. All right, I'm not sure how we do this. If like the path goes behind this rock. Tricky path, okay. How the heck are we supposed to do this? Supposed to just jump over here? Oh, you can climb this. Okay. Interesting. Wouldn't have guessed. Okay. Alright. Save here. Cliffs. Sure. Yep, new mechanics. Snowcat Mountains advance forever upward. Narrow path skims along the top. You see the steep cliff below you. Okay. So the last spell that we have that we haven't used yet is Becoming Invisible. By the way, let's just review this. So Becoming Invisible, we have a magic ointment that we need to rub on our body, but we can only use it when there's both fire and mist. So I have a feeling that will be used to bypass something. And it's probably that dragon that we saw in the vision from the Oracle in that little cave behind the spider web. Continue to march forever upward, trek higher and higher. It's getting cold, and there are traces of snow. Okay. Does that not go to the next screen to the north? I guess not. Sure. Huh. Yeah, that... Like, I don't know if that was a perspective thing or what. Or me just making assumptions there. Maybe we're supposed to climb down. Alright, look map. So it looks like the path just kind of ends. Okay. Climb? Like maybe this you climb down? No? Okay. Maybe it's we have to go up to this here and then hook left? No. Like maybe we're supposed to be an eagle there? And I don't have enough essence? Maybe this is a soft lock. Maybe we're supposed to be an eagle. Like, there was probably some other way to get off the boat without using the essence. Because this looks like something we need to be an eagle for, right? Unless, like... Okay, it didn't let me teleport back here. This... So we're out of essence. So if we had solved the pirate ship a different way, we would still have our essence. Right? And then we'd be able to eagle... Yeah, we can only, like, if I said dip wings in essence... how can you do that? Because we don't have it. You don't think I have to be an eagle here. So... What else would we do here? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's another way off the ship. Like, we didn't use the storms thing to, like, bring down the ship. Because clearly that's something we have to do. Climb down mountain. Okay, what if we rub the stone? Where does this take us? Ah. You congratulate yourself on eluding the abominable snowman. What? We can't do that now. Okay. There's an abominable snowman, I guess. Okay, so I used the spell of random teleportation. And that put us over here. So maybe there is a use for that spell. Used rock. Okay, so I'm gonna try it again. Rub stone. See where this takes us. Okay. So that took us up to the far northeast. Okay, and that brings us back there. And it doesn't let you do that here, okay. Yep, that's random, alright. Okay, so I have the feeling that we need to, like, climb down from this screen. Made it to the very top of the snowy mountain range. The snowpath ends here at a cliff. Far in the distance, you can see a vast green valley. Could that be Daventry? Okay. So maybe we need to climb down from here? Okay, maybe not. Okay. So it didn't let me in those cave things. Okay, can I climb down from this side? Like from here. I'll also point out that this is Half Dome, by the way. That's the Sierra logo, and it's also the a mountain in Yosemite National Park. Okay, so what about up here? Is there something over here? I assume this is rock. Maybe I just gotta keep rubbing that stone. So is this any different if we fall off over here? No. Okay. So what happens if we go back here? Okay, so this is another cave. Oh, shit. Okay. Cave is disgusting. Hatch your bones. Skin creeps. Not a good place to be. Got it. Alright. Have a good one, OC. If we get bone. Okay. So the game does not want you to be here, apparently. So we got a message about escaping the abominable snowman when I warped into that other area. Yeah, it is a cheat stone, but it's okay, so where does this take us? Interesting. We're supposed to climb up that, climb up this? The stream? You're supposed to climb up the stream. Okay. Yeah, so that's what I wasn't getting. I thought this was just a... Yeah, I thought that was just a placeholder thing. Okay, so that's how we get up there. So the next question is, how do we get through that network of caves, the little caves on the screen over there, which I'm not sure why I'm walking there, but we'll do it, I guess, just to see if anything's different. It is kind of weird that it gave me the congratulations from escaping the monster message when... Oh. Grabs your bone crushing force. You resist. Okay, well at least we get to see this. Carries you away to his cave where you meet an early and unspeakable demise. Okay. So that's what that's for, I guess. Okay, so that puts us here. And then we want to go down this again. Down to this little cave. But it wouldn't let me in this cave. Like, do I have to climb? That doesn't work. Interesting. So that's a death, sure. So do I have to say enter cave or something? Oh no, I just... Boy, are these caves dark. They sure are. Okay. And then... What? Interesting. Okay, let's save here then. Cliff caves. Okay. So it won't let you climb up those. So climb wall. Climb. Alright, so if I step directly to the left here, what happens? Okay, it won't let me go any further here to the left. So if I press up, now it... Yo, game. What the hell? Okay, and then we go into this cave. This is the Katamari song. Again. Which we already heard this. There's like 2,000 songs in Rainwave, and we got the same one in 2 streams. Okay. This one. So then from here, we go to that cave above us. Alright. To here. Okay. Alright, just in case this... Oh. This goes horribly wrong. We'll do that. And this should bring us out the bottom left. Bottom right. Yep, okay. Alright, we figured out that little puzzle there. So now I have a feeling we are very close to the end. Carefully make your way down the eastern side of the mountains. A path travels along the top of a narrow ridge. Looking back, you see the snowy peaks through which you so recently journeyed. Woo, you wipe your brows. You feel the worst is now behind you. Well, we still got a dragon to deal with, I think. So fire and mist is what the spell mentioned. Fire and mist. And we need to rub ointment on body. Okay. Yep, we're almost to Daventry. It's the same message as before. Alright, almost there. Whoops, you slipped. Okay, alright. Alright, it didn't kill us. Okay, so that just kind of dumps you down here. Daventry. Sure. Alright, look around. Mountain range. Well, you made it to Daventry, but what is this? It looks like a cave leading deep into the mountain. You see evidence that a door once covered this cave entrance. Huge boulders lie scattered about, apparently from tumbling down the mountain. Okay, so there's a cave up here. Okay. This cave looks familiar. This is the cave to, the stairs to the Beanstalk Land. Or the clouds, right? Yeah, this is where the gnome spawns and steals all your stuff. That's awesome that they throw back to that in this one. Okay. Alright. Okay. It feels strangely hot up here. Okay. So, there's mist around, and it's hot. So I'm gonna see. Rub ointment on body. Can we do it here? Okay. So yes, we can turn invisible here. And I'll just load that so that we still have our ointment. Okay. Look at that dragon. Okay, so there's Rosella. There's a dragon. It's seen me, hypnotized by its stare. You stand frozen in your tracks. What a way to go, ending up a dragon's barbecue. So if you entered the screen at all while visible, you're dead. Okay. So what's our game plan here? So we can still look at our inventory while we're dead. So we have the invisibility, sure. We have the knife. Maybe we gotta stab the dragon with the knife while we're invisible? Or maybe cut down Rosella? Like use the knife to untie Rosella? Kill dragon. Look dragon. Dragons, it's huge. Both frame in smoke while its next twists. Can we can't walk behind the dragon. So whatever it is we need to do the dragon, it has to be here. Okay, we can't go around the dragon. So can we cut ropes? Cut ropes. Cut ropes. Cut rope. Untie. Untie. Untie Rosella. Okay. Dragon notices being untied and blasts you both. Shit. Yeah, I think that would break the spell if we next time be more careful. Okay, maybe there's something to the screen to the left of there? Like a sweet sword or something? Is there a sword in the treasure chest? Look in chest. Open chest. Inside presses gems, gold. Maybe we need to give that to the dragon and he'll fly away. Use ointment. Rub ointment on body. Alright, go south. So yeah, maybe the treasure chest. Drop treasure chest. Use treasure chest. No? Okay. What's to the west of us here? Okay, this is just like that area in King's Quest 1 where it's just this and then there's more clouds off to the left. Yep, and that still happens there. So we have the magic stone. spoon, mirror, shovel, magic map, treasure chest. So we still have the storm brew, but the storm brew has to be used in a dank place, I think. Right? Brewing a storm. Oh, it can be done anywhere. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's the thunderbolts. Rub ointment on body. Stir storm brew with finger. Brew of storms. Churn it up. Oh man, look at that. Okay, I can't move right now. Bolts of lightning strike the huge dragon, howls in pain, falls to the ground dead. Oh, sick. Alright. I wasn't expecting that to work, but it did. Alright, that was kind of our only option really to do there. Untie Rosella. Rapidly untie person's Rosella from the wooden pole. Let's turn off the music here for the ending. I guess this is probably the ending. She looks bewildered as to who her benefactor might be. I'm your long-lost brother, Prince Alexander. He proudly exclaimed. The girl looks doubtful. I'll explain it all later. You continue, realizing that this is not the time for this. Just follow me. Let's go meet the folks. With mixed emotions, the girl agrees to follow you. She's still here. This is just like the ending of King's Quest 2. Do we have to walk left? Bashfully introduce yourself. How can I be sure you're really my brother? Princess Roselle wonders. I know, my mother always said that Alexander had a cute birthmark on his bottom. Let me see if you have it. Embarrassed to reveal your cute birthmark. Oh, Alexander, she cries. You really are back. Mom and Dad will be so happy. Alright, so we show her our ass. That... Sure? Maybe the magic map is what we need? No time for magic. Take her home. Okay, I guess maybe we just take the stairs and try not to die on the stairs. I assume we can't walk north from here. Okay. Maybe it's just back down the stairs again, I guess? I had to get one last one in there. Alright, let's bring it home here. The last King's Quest game that uses PC speaker for music. Let's drink it in here before we get to the MT32 and the MIDI games. Alright, don't fall down the stairs. Rosella? Rosella? Okay. Oh boy. So 201 points out of 210. Obviously we missed some. It was probably for the pirate ship. Maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe I did everything properly with the pirate ship and we'll get the last 9 points when we go to the castle. So now what? Are we falling off this cliff here? Yeah. Ask where castle is. Talk to Rosella. Heartbroken when you disappeared as a baby. Dad searched everywhere for you. Obviously never found you. Pausing. By the way, where have you been? You explained that you've been living with an evil wizard in the land of Ludor, and that you turned him into a cat by using magic. How awful for you. Well, I'm so glad you're back. Okay. Anything more to say? Tell you about Daventry. Hard times hit Daventry right after you were kidnapped. Dad and Mom tried, but it was like they had lost their will. Punching your fists. We were down on our guard, and the terrible dragon came. We all thought it was the end. I was scared, you know, but I did want to be brave. I was hoping my sacrifice might somehow help. Maybe it did. Because of me, you came. Now we're together again, and together we can put Daventry right. The dragon did all that. He burnt our countryside, and we were all terrified to even come out of our houses. You don't remember, but it used to be very beautiful. Sure. Sure. Yep, okay. So no more conversation there. So... Can we rub the stone? So whatever it is, we can't use magic to solve our problem here. Maybe it's just through these boulders? Ah, there we go. Okay. It's just, you had to thread the needle through the boulders. Okay. And yep, this is definitely King's Quest 1. It just looks a little different. Oh, yippee, your majesty. Oh, the gnome. Okay. I knew you could save us all. King Graham and Queen Valnice will be overjoyed to see you two. Must run ahead to announce your arrival. Alright. We'll let him run ahead, I guess. And we need to not fall in the moat. Well, okay, we can't. There is no moat. Castle doors are wide open to welcome home a long-missed son and a much-loved daughter. Atop the castle, the banners proudly wave. The heavy feeling of oppression is gone. Hope has at last returned to Daventry. .205 out of 210. Okay, I think we're missing 5 points. Dang it. Nervously enter the throne room with your sister, Princess Rosella. This might auto-advance here. Okay, I'll hit enter. Okay, before the twin thrones stand your parents, King Graham and Queen Valnice. Queen Valnice has an enormous mouth, it looks like. Graham and Valnice are overjoyed to see you. Alexander, where have you been all these years? Your mother exclaims. At your father, I'm so proud of both of you. What a joyous family reunion. You're home at last. King Graham points to the mirror. That was once a magic mirror, son, but it has been clouded ever since the night you disappeared from your cradle. Do we need to... Oh, dang. Before your astonished eyes, the magic mirror clears and shines anew with brilliant clarity. Queen Valnice cries in delight. The terrible dragon is dead, our children are home, and the future looks bright for us all. King Graham lovingly retrieves his adventurer's hat with the red feather. With the emotion. He tells you, Alexander, Rosella, this old hat and I have been through a lot together. Now it's time he had a new traveling companion. He flings it in your direction. Up and up it gently arcs. You raise your arms to catch it, and so does Princess Rosella. Down it comes, nearer and nearer. And neither of them get it. The end. Congratulations on your successful completion of King's Quest III. We did it, team. We hope you've enjoyed playing as much as we enjoyed creating it for you. May the adventuring continue with King's Quest IV. Alright, is there any credits? I don't think I can look at our inventory. It won't let me type in the parser, though. Huh, no credits. They did in the other games, but... Alright, Kinky 3, version 2.14. We've been playing for 2 hours, 23 minutes, and 32 seconds. Huh. I don't think that's right. But okay. Alright. That seems to be it. So we missed 5 points. Oh no. Okay. We did it. King's Quest 3. I'm gonna stop the timer there. Start the music, and let's get wrapped up on King's Quest 3. What a video game. Alright, let's turn off that. Okay. So, King's Quest 3. Complete it? Yes, we did. Cheated? Yeah, I needed a hint or two, so this wasn't completely blind. So yeah, I'm gonna say I cheated on this one. This one I had some outside assistance and I needed it. This one was kind of rough for some things, partly due to design, which we'll get into here. Alright, things I liked. Much more difficult and rewarding puzzles. Better story than 1 and 2. Better graphics and more music. I think that covers how much I like this one more than that. Dessert cheat. Well, that's why I qualify it with that. Let's see. Too much randomness in required puzzles. Let's see. Sometimes not clear how to advance plot. This game was designed, or it seems like this game was designed to sell hint books. Too easy to fall off of ledges and stairs when walking around. And yeah, that probably covers a lot of the things I didn't like about King's Quest 3. But for the time, for 1986, like this is a great looking game. It's a huge step up over 1 and 2, but we'll get into that when we get to the final rating here. Alright, dank memes. We got hey wizard in quotes. You look cute. We turned into a cat boy. That was one of the amazing deaths. Let's just say poop deck. Sure, that was one of them. Okay. A little light on dank memes for this one. Drum and bass, not really, because it's a PC speaker game, so let's say no. Alabao's, yes. One of the deaths that you get for failing to properly do the turn into eagle or fly spell, it totally turns you into an alien head. I know it's supposed to be a fly head, I guess, that's blown up to human size, but it looks like an alien. So, yes, we're gonna say yes on that one. Difficulty easy to hard. So for the most part, a lot of the puzzles weren't too bad in relation to, let's say, King's Quest 1 and 2. What did make this difficult is that you have to spend a lot of the first half or 2/3 of the game trying to plan out the time crunch. So if you miss the first like half of the game, you can't be caught by the wizard with items you're not supposed to have. So you have to get items while he's either asleep or he's away from the house. And then you have to put everything back the way it is, and then you have to hide items under the bed, or else the wizard will kill you and it's a game over. So that was an added layer of complexity that they added into King's Quest 3 as opposed to 1 and 2, where you can do things at kind of your own pace in 1 and 2. And in 3, that adds that extra urgency to it, and I thought that was neat. But that did make the game harder. Some of the puzzles, like, I stumbled into solutions that I wouldn't probably have guessed had to do them. And I know that, oh god, like the cat thing, that's part of the difficulty, is that some of the puzzles in this game, it's really hard to tell if you have the solution wrong or if you didn't try the solution enough. Like, case in point, getting the cat fur. So you're supposed to pick up the cat and then get the fur from it. But if you type in pick up cat next to the cat, it'll only actually pick up the cat like 20% of the time, and the rest of the time it'll give you an error message saying, oh, the cat slipped away, you can't get the cat. And that makes the player assume, like, okay, that's not the right solution. Maybe we need to get the cat hair somewhere else. And that just seems like poor design there. If the player's on the right track, but they aren't rewarded with at least like a, hey, maybe try again or something in the text box. Because I wrote off that solution. And it turns out I was right, I just didn't try enough. And then the other thing that they added in was randomness in terms of spawns for required quest things. So not just required spawns for enemies, so that was the same in 1 and 2. They would just show up kind of at random. In 3, there was things like the eagle that show up. So 1, you needed to get the damn eagle to appear on screen, and then 2, the eagle needed to drop the tail feather on the ground so you could get it for your quest thing. And that was horrible. Especially on top of the fact that we're on a tight time schedule in game 2, that we can't be spending 10 minutes trying to get an eagle to spawn and then get it drop the feather if we're going to be murdered by the wizard because we're 5 seconds late getting to the house. So that was rough. I certainly beat the game. I'm not sure if given enough time, I would be able to beat the game on my own. Or I probably would be, but it might take a lot longer than we took at 10 hours. So I wouldn't say this is a, like, 5 out of 5, like, you need to walk through open at all times. That's kind of what I would rank a 5 out of 5. But this was up there. This was certainly up there. So I'm going to say that this was a 4 out of 5 on the difficulty scale for me. So not impossible, but it will frustrate you on both puzzles, timing, scheduling, trying to get all that worked out. And then some of the platforming, I guess you can call it, of walking around on the narrow ledges, that was also more difficult than it maybe should have been. Okay, and then rating 1 to 5. So I think King's Quest 3 is a great evolution in the series of King's Quest, starting from 1, 2, and then here to 3. I think the changes to the gameplay are great. The game does look better, even though it's the same engine as 1 and 2. I think the game looks great. The writing was a whole lot better in this one compared to 1 and 2. It's really neat, the magic system that they put into this, and that was kind of a necessity because they needed a way to do copy protection, and I think it fit into the world really well. And using that as an additional puzzle solution of these magic spells that you could cast throughout the game. I thought that was really neat and a cool addition to this game in particular. Let's see, 10 hours long, so this was, I think, more than double how long the first 2 games took me. So this is certainly a much longer game, and I think overall, I think I was satisfied with how the game turned out and my time playing with it. Like, King's Quest 1 and 2 was kind of like, yeah, we're playing the adventure game, but I feel like I gained some appreciation for the game after playing it, which I didn't necessarily get as much of that when I played 1 and 2, but this one, I certainly enjoyed my time with it and appreciate the work that went into it and the changes that they made. I wouldn't say this is a 5, but I would say that this is a 4 out of 5. Like, it's up there. It certainly is great. I would recommend this to adventure game fans to play blind and try and beat the game at its own game. And yeah, we'll see where it goes from here. So this is King's Quest 3: To Err is Human. All right, so that'll do it for tonight. After I commit that. So let's see, the next stream, we're probably going to do some Seaman, and that'll be like 10 minutes of Seaman. And then, I don't know, we might start King's Quest 4, we might start Kodelka, we might do both. I think we'll probably keep the King's Quest train rolling here. So, yeah, I'm not sure in which order we'll do them. And how long each Kodelka session is going to be, because Kodelka is probably going to be a long game. So maybe 10 minutes of Seaman, 2 hours of Kodelka, and then 2 to 3 hours of King's Quest 4. I'm not sure how long King's Quest 4 is, but yeah, that's likely the plan that we'll be doing. So that'll do it for tonight. It's 5 o'clock. I gotta go to bed. I gotta get the VODs processing and go to bed. I'm not sure I'll stream tomorrow, but probably the day after, because I have stuff to work on overnight and tomorrow. So yeah, thank y'all for watching. I hope you have a great day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you are. And I clicked on the wrong thing again. And I will see you next time. Take care. Bye.